Chapter 873. On the side of the busiest main street of Donair City, there was a medium-sized jewelry store with hundreds of years of history. A few young nobles were picking out exquisite jewelry. Behind them were a few stewards who followed them. Due to the law and order of the Donair Star being very good, and the young nobles themselves being low-level knights, they had the ability to protect themselves, so they didn't bring many attendants with them. The manager of the jewelry store smiled, as if he was an ordinary sales manager. If it wasn't for the divine light spell, perhaps no one would ever know the identity of the manager of the jewelry store. Just as the young noblewoman chose an earring, a dazzling milky white light came from outside the store, followed by a rain of light. The rain of light ignored the roof and ceiling of the jewelry store, passing through the building and entering the store. So comfortable. The young nobles stopped what they were doing and smiled as they enjoyed the baptism of the rain of light. Normally, when they went to shrines, they would receive the baptism of the divine light spell, so they weren't worried about the sudden rain of light. Radiant divine art. Right at this moment, the manager of the jewelry store let out a miserable shriek. The rain of light fell on the young nobles and the managers behind them. These people had a look of enjoyment and happiness on their faces, but when it fell on the manager of the jewelry store, a black light rose up as if it wanted to resist the rain of light. But how could a divine spell of this scale be so easy to resist? Although the black light was powerful, it was the effect of the divine light spell that exposed the believers of the evil god. Believers of the evil god. Seeing the black light, the young nobles cried out in alarm. The two knights immediately put on their armor and protected their companions behind them. The manager of the jewelry store didn't have time to care about them. The black light on his body rushed out of the building, ignoring the roof and becoming the most eye-catching sign. The manager of the jewelry store knew that he had to escape from the range of the divine light spell. Otherwise, he wouldn't have a chance to live. His figure flashed, and he no longer hid his aura. The strength of a fourth-rank believer was completely revealed. It was only because the manager of the jewelry store had reached level 4 that he was still able to move. Otherwise, even if the power of the light divine spell wasn't that great, it could still be cast by 4 level 5 priests and more than 200 priests. It was enough to kill a level 3 believer of the evil god. The few young nobles in the jewelry store couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. But when they wanted to chase after Road, they were bitterly stopped by the stewards behind them. The manager of the jewelry store came out of the store and looked around. His face was full of despair because he saw a large-scale divine spell of light that was beyond his imagination. Such a wide range meant that there were many priests present. The manager of the jewelry store only wanted to save his own life. He tapped the portal bag on his waist, and a large number of puppets appeared. However, under the rain of light from the divine light spell, these puppets had almost no combat power. Black light rose from their bodies, and they began to melt bit by bit. Of course, the manager of the jewelry store didn't want to rely on these puppets to fight. He waved his hand, and these puppets, which were emitting black light like him, scattered in all directions. His figure flashed, and he came to the entrance of the sewer by the road. With a grab, he lifted the cover of the entrance and was about to enter the sewer in another flash. But just as the manager of the jewelry store was about to enter, a figure appeared and swept his hand across his neck like a sword. His head flew up. As his head flew into the air, he saw that all the puppets had their heads chopped off in an instant. A level 5 knight's energy clone. This was the last thought that came to the manager's mind. Within the range of the divine light spell, there were many such things happening. Some believers of the evil god ran out like the manager of the jewelry store, while others tried to use the built secret passages to leave. Some of the weaker followers of the evil god were directly killed by the rain of light from the divine light spell. With the mark of the divine light spell, no matter how these believers tried, they couldn't escape the pursuit of the level 5 knight and their energy clones. Why are there so many believers of the evil god? Is Lord Arthur's territory so chaotic? Bishop Evans asked with a frown as he pushed forward with the other priests. They had only cleared a small part of Donair's main city, and there were several level 4 believers. The rest of the believers were directly killed by the divine light spell. This situation was very rare. It should be known that any planet would strictly control the identity of the people who entered, especially those who lived there for a long time. From the situation of Dunur's main city, it could be seen that it had become a trading area for the believers of the evil god. If it wasn't for the support of the Lord, it would be impossible to reach this level. Bishop Evans, how long has it been since Lord Arthur took over Dunur? I'm afraid that the former president is not innocent. Bishop Bolin said calmly. That's right. I've wronged Lord Arthur. Bishop Evans said with a smile. He had a good relationship with Lord Arthur. Although he asked questions, he actually wanted to let the priest beside him know that this matter had nothing to do with Lord Arthur. With so many believers of the evil god appearing this time, there would be a lot of trouble in the future. Bishop Evans didn't want to affect Lord Arthur. The two bishops looked at each other and smiled. They both knew what the other was thinking. This was also the reason why David had informed the two bishops. At least the two bishops would consider that Dunur was his lord and would try their best to reduce the damage to Dunur. If it was through the other three shrines, especially the war shrines, although he had a good relationship with Bishop McKinley of the war shrines, he didn't trust the way the war shrines did things. It was hard to say whether the war shrines would directly cast a powerful attack on Dunur's main city. In order to eliminate the believers of the evil god, the war shrines would do anything. Let's help Lord Arthur clean up while we're at it, Bishop Evans said with a smile. Yes, let's get some benefits for the participating priests. Bishop Bolin joked. The priests around them also laughed. Everyone knew what Lord Arthur's benefits were. It was a wine that even the archbishops loved. It was just that there was too little of it, and it was difficult to get into the hands of these ordinary priests. The priests also knew the relationship between the two bishops and Lord Arthur. Although Bishop Bolin was joking, Lord Arthur was very likely to give a reward, so they couldn't help but increase the power of their magic. Dunur's main city was in chaos. Of course, the chaos here was only caused by the believers of the evil god. David himself probably didn't know that there were so many believers of the evil god in Dunur's main city. Even the Litton family who agreed to let the believers of the evil god into Dunur didn't think of this. There was a rule in Dunur that as long as there were two residents who had lived on Dunur for a long time and had reached a certain level of wealth and status, they could move to Dunur. This was also to attract outstanding people to Dunur. Originally, this policy was very good. If there were two residents who had high status as guarantors, the people who applied to move to Dunur would not be ordinary people. However, this rule became a loophole for the believers of the evil god to enter Dunur. A gap opened by the Litton family caused a large influx of believers of the evil god to enter Dunur. At this time, Bishop Cameron was regretting his decision to take action on Dunur. Although he knew that there were many believers of the evil god on Dunur and many of them traded resources here, he really didn't expect his action to have such a big impact. These believers of the evil god were not members of the Twilight of the Gods, but they were the foundation of the Twilight of the Gods. The Twilight of the Gods would choose the best among these believers and absorb them into the Twilight of the Gods. Now, Bishop Cameron's action had caused the believers of the evil god to lose an important trading point and caused a large number of losses. Bishop Cameron thought as he moved. His movement speed in the shadow state was not slow. His goal was very clear, which was to avoid the range of the holy spell and go to the planetary teleportation gate. Without these believers of the evil god, he would not be able to do this. However, at this time, the believers of the evil god in Dunur's main city had already noticed the movement of the shrines. Before the holy spell could illuminate the sky, the believers of the evil god in those areas had already begun to run away. The believers of the evil god scattered and ran out of the city. They had all kinds of special abilities, which naturally caused a certain amount of chaos in Dunur's main city. Especially when there were constantly evil puppets appearing, the priests in the sky had to focus on the holy spell to eliminate them. In the process, the range of the holy spell would be reduced a little. The range of the holy spell was very short, so it was not very useful to other believers of the evil god. However, it was an excellent opportunity for Bishop Cameron. Bishop Cameron was in shadow. He first went to the edge of the main city and used the holy spell's light rain to clear the other side of the main city to pass through. When the holy spell's light rain turned back, it almost brushed past Bishop Cameron's body, which made him break out in cold sweat. He knew very well that once he was exposed, with the level of the black light rising from his body, it was almost needless to say that all the level 5 knights and level 5 shrines of the shrines would give up on killing the rest of the believers of the evil god. Killing a level 5 bishop was much more significant than killing thousands of other believers of the evil god. Bishop Cameron did not have the thought of sacrificing himself for others. Selfishness was a characteristic of the believers of the evil god. It did not matter if they sacrificed others for their own survival. The 4 level 5 knights fought very happily today. So many believers of the evil god were fleeing in all directions, but their speed was not even as fast as the level 5 knights themselves, let alone the energy clones. Besides, with the speed of the energy clones, even level 4 believers of the evil god could not resist the attacks of the energy clones. Therefore, this kind of battle was more like a massacre, an accidental massacre of the believers of the evil god. Bishop Evans said angrily, "Bishop Bolin, when we go back, let's jointly report that the Litton family is not doing ordinary evil. They are ignoring the orders of the shrines and openly supporting the believers of the evil god. Of course, what is the Litton family trying to do? Did my lord not give them enough honor? How could they collude so deeply with the believers of the evil god?" Bishop Bolin said in a low voice, no longer smiling. The joy of discovering the believers of the evil god turned into anger as more and more believers of the evil god appeared. The great world of God blocked the believers of the evil god everywhere, not giving them space to develop, but here in Dunur, so many believers of the evil god were sheltered. Bishop Evans gritted his teeth and said, "Not only that, but all the other territories of the Litton family must be cleaned up. The Litton family must pay the price for their evil deeds." If the shrines took action against a noble lord, it was equivalent to telling the entire noble circle that the shrines had lost trust in the noble. No matter how strong the noble was, he would lose the acceptance of the noble circle. Bishop Evans did not have the authority to make such a decision, but he had the right to apply, especially now that the Litton family was no longer a top noble. And with the situation here, he was confident that the application would be approved. Bishop Bolin nodded and said, "I will cooperate." There were many intelligence agents in Dunur, and what happened here was naturally spread to the outside world at the same time. The 2 shrines used light magic to clean up a large number of believers of the evil god in Dunur. No noble would blame Lord Arthur for this kind of thing. The nobles were not stupid, and they knew that the believers of the evil god who could settle down in Dunur were not something that could be established in a short period of time. There was only one possibility, and that was that the Litton family was related to the believers of the evil god. Although they did not know how deep the relationship was, no matter how deep it was, it could not be tolerated. Just like the Keen family in the main city of Bama City, they were also great aristocrats. Although they couldn't be mentioned in the same breath as the Litton family in terms of the combat strength of knights, they were on par with the Litton family in terms of status in the big world of gods. However, such a great noble family had colluded with the followers of the evil god and provided an illegal portal for the followers of the evil god. As a result, the entire Keen family, including Duke Artis, was under investigation. No matter what the result was, the Keen family's extinction was almost certain. Therefore, when the nobles received the news that the Litton family was related to the believers of the evil god, they reacted one after another. They began to examine their relationship with the Litton family and cut off all contact with them. David did not expect that the 2 shrines he invited would solve a big problem for him. With his personality, he probably would not find these believers of the evil god in another few decades. His subordinate, Dickens, had the ability to manage things, but he did not have the ability to discover the existence of the believers of the evil god. If this problem exploded in a few years, David estimated that he would not be able to explain himself. By then, it would be very difficult to find the Litton family. Chapter 874. Bishop Cameron moved cautiously with a smug look on his face. Being able to escape from such a large group of shrines would be his glory, and it would be recorded in the history of the twilight of the gods. Bishop Cameron looked at the planet-level portal not far away. At this moment, the planet-level portal was still open. Perhaps the priests thought that their divine spells would not be missed, so no one was guarding the portal. Instead, people were teleporting in and out from time to time. The planet-level portal of Duner Planet was not a public portal. Even Bishop Evans and Bishop Boland did not have the authority to block it. Lord Arthur, who had the authority to do so, did not appear, so no one cared about the portal. Bishop Cameron no longer cared about Overlord Arthur's whereabouts. When the 200 priests appeared, he had already decided to escape. He had no time to think about assassinating Overlord Arthur. In fact, after this short confrontation with Lord Arthur, he did not have the confidence to assassinate Lord Arthur. Bishop Cameron realized that he had found a worthy opponent in assassination. Lord Arthur's combat style was very similar to the combat style of the God of Shadow's inheritance. He would also hide his body and deliver a fatal blow. Both of them were assassins. This was no longer a competition of combat power. It was a question of how to find each other. With Bishop Cameron's divine shadow spell, Lord Arthur could not find him. However, he could not find Lord Arthur either. How could he fight like this? When Bishop Cameron turned the corner and entered the range of the planet-level portal, the gray robe on his body disappeared and he changed into a noble robe. There was also a new face on his face. This face was an alchemy mask. No one would be able to see the real face. As an old monster who had lived for a long time, Bishop Cameron's body and face had long been damaged. It was not without a price to extend his lifespan through many sacrifices. His body was not much different from the legendary demons. It was fine in the twilight of the gods. Everyone was the same. No one would care about each other. He couldn't reveal his true face when he was outside. He had to hide his face. Bishop Cameron came to the planet-level portal as if he was an ordinary noble. He took out a card and handed it to the portal manager. "I'm going to Erlu." A formal smile appeared on Cameron's 5th-level alchemy mask. His voice had also been processed, so it was no longer harsh to the ears. "Please wait for a moment." The teleportation manager checked his identity and set the destination to Planet Erlu. Planet Erlu was a purely commercial planet. The people on the planet were complicated. Not only were there nobles, but many evil gods also used the planet as a supply base. Due to the many moons around Planet Tel, and the moons were all habitable environments, Planet Tel had more space to hide. Even the Aristocrat Affairs Office did not have strict control over the place. It was an extremely safe planet. As long as he was there, Bishop Cameron could go anywhere through the twilight of the Gods Branch. After the teleportation manager set the destination, the smart Bishop Cameron naturally checked it. Due to the huge difference in power between the two, Bishop Cameron scanned with his will and found that the destination was correct. The planet-level portal glowed a little. It meant that the teleportation energy was ready. Since Bishop Cameron was using the identity of a low-level noble, he did not even need to pay the teleportation fee. When Bishop Cameron stepped into the planet-level portal, he saw a flash of surprise on the manager's face. He did not understand why the manager was surprised. Of course, the manager was surprised. The moment Bishop Cameron stepped into the planet-level portal, the destination was automatically changed to an unknown temporary portal. However, the manager could not even notify Bishop Cameron. Once the teleportation started, it could not be stopped. This was the trick David had left behind in the planet-level portal. Bishop Cameron was too strange, so he could not find Bishop Cameron's figure. In this situation, David did not fight to the death with Bishop Cameron. Most importantly, David didn't want to start a war with a Tier 5 bishop in Duner City. With his experience in fighting against a Tier 5 bishop, unless he killed the Tier 5 bishop in an instant, the Tier 5 bishop had the ability to cause great damage to the entire region. Therefore, David decided to use the power of the two churches to chase Bishop Cameron out of the main city of Dunair. As for whether Bishop Cameron really left through the planetary teleportation gate, as he expected, he was not completely sure. However, since Bishop Cameron used the planetary teleportation gate on his way here, there was a high possibility that he would use the planetary teleportation gate on his way out. Previously, when the Keene family was in trouble, even though it was Lord Arthur who tracked the Keene family and discovered the abnormality, the Twilight of the Gods had not been fully investigated. Therefore, they would not use the portal hidden among the cooperating nobles. This also increased the probability of Bishop Cameron using the planet-level portal. However, Bishop Cameron did not notice this. Of course, the most important thing was to not let Bishop Cameron sense any danger. Therefore, David did not stay on Dooner Planet. He stayed far enough away to eliminate any danger that might cause Bishop Cameron to sense danger. In fact, it was very difficult for Bishop Cameron to detect the trap left by David. As David reached level 5 and had 96 level 5 soul doppelgangers, it meant that Bishop Cameron would have to fight 97 level 5 soul doppelgangers. Bishop Cameron, who was in the middle of the teleportation, felt his heart palpitate when the teleportation energy enveloped his body. At the last moment, the strong spirit that he had accumulated for thousands of years finally came into play. When his life was in danger, his sense of danger warned him. However, it was too late. The portal was established. Even with Bishop Cameron's level 5 strength, he could not escape the teleportation. Fortunately, after the teleportation, there would be a 2-second teleportation protection. These 2 seconds were enough for him to use his life-saving means. Bishop Cameron did not understand what was wrong with Planet Nerlu. Why did he feel such extreme danger? When Bishop Cameron appeared in the open space of Gammy, he saw something that shocked him. A total of 12 level 5 knights formed a knight battle formation and locked him in place. Behind the 12 level 5 knights, there was a presence that clearly belonged to a level 5 bishop. This was even more incomprehensible. Bishop Cameron tried to think of a way to escape. He only had 2 seconds. At this moment, countless lights flashed. Energy shackles appeared on Bishop Cameron's body. 30 types of energy shackles. None of them had any effect on Bishop Cameron, but all 30 of them together were enough to greatly restrict Bishop Cameron's movements. Bishop Cameron suddenly unleashed his spirit. A fierce spirit storm rushed out in all directions. The 30 types of energy shackles were immediately on the verge of collapsing. Bishop Cameron was currently locked in place by the 30 types of energy shackles. He could not use any divine spells. The only thing he could use was the most basic spirit storm, which turned his spirit into a powerful impact force. According to his judgment, he only needed 1 second at most to remove the 30 types of energy shackles. This way, Bishop Cameron would still have 1 second of teleportation protection, which was enough for him to escape in time. As long as he had enough time to use shadow divine spells, he was confident that he could take a hit from the 12 level 5 knights. At most, he would be severely injured but still be able to escape. Bishop Cameron hated the person who set up this trap to the bone. If not for his 1,000 years of training and his strength, he would not have been able to escape from this trap. Bishop Cameron's powerful level 5 spirit allowed him to think very quickly. In just 1 second, he had already thought of his crazy revenge. David sat on the back of the shadow pterosaur and looked at Bishop Cameron. Perhaps the protection of the teleportation energy was indestructible to others. However, to Bishop Gershwin, who had revived with all the main abilities of his original body, the teleportation energy was a type of spatial energy. As long as he activated the teleportation energy, he could destroy the defensive teleportation energy. Of course, the most important thing was that Bishop Cameron had used a temporary teleportation gate. It was the weakest teleportation gate. The spatial defense it could produce was much weaker than a planet-level teleportation gate. Bishop Cameron felt that the spatial energy on his body was triggered by an aura. Then, the teleportation energy that was protecting him was pulled away. Gershwin, Bishop Cameron exclaimed in his heart. The reason he thought of this name was because he was too familiar with this aura. As a veteran of the Twilight of the Gods, he knew Bishop Gershwin's ability very well. Bishop Gershwin's spatial ability was very special even in the Twilight of the Gods. Lock, one of the level 5 knights shouted. Bishop Cameron felt that the 12 level 5 knights had caught him in a very strange way. Every 2 level 5 knights grabbed Bishop Cameron's hands and legs. Another 2 level 5 knights used their hands to seal Bishop Cameron's eyes and ears. 10 level 5 knights poured their level 5 bloodline power into Bishop Cameron's body. At this time, Bishop Cameron was still locked down by 30 different magic circles and could not use divine spells. Lord Marcus and the 5th rank Temple Knight, Gerald, grabbed a light sword of the 5th rank with their 4 hands and stabbed at the heart of the 5th rank Bishop Cameron. David had used this method of siege several times and found that it was especially effective. This was the safest method that had been tested, so he still chose this method. The grade 5 light long sword pierced through Bishop Cameron's body without any resistance, piercing through his heart. Bishop Cameron's body went limp, and the burst of spiritual energy disappeared. But what was strange was that the 10 5th-ranked Temple Knights didn't stop. They were still holding onto Bishop Cameron's limbs and head. Perhaps no matter how one looked at it, Bishop Cameron was indeed dead. His heart had been pierced, and his life force had disappeared. Even his spiritual energy could not be detected. However, David did not judge whether a person was dead by this. He judged death by the shadow attendant's method of absorbing the soul of the corpse. Bishop Cameron's heart was pierced, but the shadow attendant did not react. It was still next to David, so David knew that something was wrong. David came to Bishop Cameron's side in a state of invisibility. At this time, Bishop Cameron was just a corpse. Anyway, David did not see any signs of life. He could not help but admire Bishop Cameron's ability to play dead in front of a level 5 spiritual power user. David took out a level 5 light longsword. He was a level 5 spiritual power user himself, so he naturally knew where the most important part of a level 5 spiritual power user was. He stabbed with the level 5 light longsword, and at the same time, the Shadow Pterosaur dispelled the invisibility state. The divine spell, Feigned Death, was Bishop Cameron's final trump card. When he was in mortal danger, his body would automatically enter a state of feigned death. This state of feigned death was an evil divine spell. The divine spell, Feigned Death, was a passive divine spell. After consuming countless lives, Bishop Cameron solidified the divine spell, Feigned Death, in his body. As soon as there was a fatal injury, the divine spell, Feigned Death, would be triggered. If the enemy did not cut Bishop Cameron's body into pieces, the divine spell, Feigned Death, would give a healed divine spell during recovery, turning the fatal injury into a serious injury. In the state of Feigned Death, Bishop Cameron would not be able to sense the outside world. The state of Feigned Death would last for 5 minutes. After 5 minutes, the state of Feigned Death would be automatically canceled. Normally, during this time, as long as the body was not destroyed, it would be able to smoothly recover from the state of feigned death. Also, a level 5 bishop did not just rely on his body to move. He could escape using his spiritual energy and find a place to slowly heal himself. David did not give Bishop Cameron the chance to escape. He stabbed the level 5 light longsword into Bishop Cameron's head and cut off the connection between the brain and the cerebellum. Chapter 875. Bishop Cameron had gone through thousands of years of hardships, sacrificed countless lives and treasures, and used the cruelest method to prolong his life until now. In the end, he could not escape death. The shadow attendant flew over and sucked the soul out of Bishop Cameron's body. This marked the true death of Bishop Cameron. David shook his head. He valued Bishop Cameron a lot, and this almost gave Bishop Cameron a chance to escape. In the great world of God, unless it was inconvenient, they would not chop off the head of a follower of an evil god. However, when it came to high-level followers of an evil god, it was a real honor to be able to obtain a complete corpse. Perhaps if it had been someone else, Bishop Cameron would have been able to escape successfully by faking his death. David waved his hand, and the 12 level 5 Temple Knight, 9 energy clones, and a level 5 bishop were all stored in his summoning ring. He used his mind to grab hold of Bishop Cameron's body. When his mind wrapped around Bishop Cameron's body, it was the first time he truly sensed Bishop Cameron's condition. Previously, When David killed Bishop Gershwin, he thought that a level 5 bishop was no different from a normal level 5 master. However, after sensing Bishop Cameron's body, he began to have doubts. He just did not know if Bishop Gershwin was special or if Bishop Cameron was special. Bishop Cameron's body was skinny, and his skin was almost wrapped around his bones. His muscles had shrunk to the extreme, and his body was filled with a gloomy energy. His skin was covered with tattoos, prayers, and ancient gods' patterns. There was not even a clean spot on his face. If he did not disguise himself, Bishop Cameron could not be considered a human. Perhaps this was how the legendary demons looked like. David also noticed the portal item on Bishop Cameron's body. It was a portal bag made of tattooed skin, like Bishop Cameron's. He used his mind to grab the portal bag and scan Bishop Cameron's body. After finding nothing else, he stored Bishop Cameron into his portal pendant. David did not intend to resurrect the corpse of Bishop Cameron. That strange body was completely out of the realm of a real human. Most importantly, David felt the aura of an ancient god from the body of Bishop Cameron. Although he did not know which ancient god it was, he had come into contact with a real ancient god, so he could not be mistaken. Bishop Cameron's situation was different from Bishop Gershwin's. The evil aura on Bishop Gershwin's body was not strong, especially after his death. The evil aura had also disappeared. Perhaps this had something to do with Gershwin's ability as a 5th-level bishop. Gershwin, who had the gift of space, did not need to focus on divine spells to unleash his power. Due to the uniqueness of his gift of space, divine spells were not as convenient and practical as his gift of space. Bishop Cameron, on the other hand, was a true believer of the evil god. From the modification of his body to the way he fought, most of it was related to the evil god. David did not dare to simply resurrect Cameron, who was a 5th-grade bishop. If he attracted the attention of any ancient gods, he did not know what kind of means the ancient gods had. The god of plagues, Gladstone, was only an extremely weak existence among the ancient gods. However, in the War of the Gods, without the help of God's descent, all the participants might die in the War of the Gods. The evil god who was active in the great world of God was extremely powerful. With just a little bit of attention, David would be doomed eternally. David focused his attention on the interspatial bag in his hand. The strange material made him very uncomfortable. He was sure that the interspatial bag was made of human skin just by touching it. He did not have any psychological problems when it came to killing enemies, but it was not easy for him to keep someone by his side. Of course, the human skin was not made of ordinary material. David could sense that it contained more energy than a 5th-level master. The human skin had been separated from the body for a long time. To be able to maintain such energy, the owner of the human skin must be very powerful. Could it be that the owner was beyond 5th level? His mind entered the portal bag. It was obvious that there was a mind lock on the portal bag. However, with the death of Bishop Cameron, the mind lock was naturally useless. David tried twice to break the mind lock. He sensed the contents of the portal bag and understood why Bishop Cameron used it. Although the space inside the portal bag was not as good as the space pendant, it was still better than ordinary portal items. Sometimes, David was really satisfied with his luck. Although the space pendant was obtained from the believers of the evil god, those believers had kept the complete inheritance. This made it possible for him to obtain the space pendant that was made by the ancient gods. Especially after he obtained the space fragment, he understood that the space pendant was made by solidifying a piece of the space fragment. He did not care about the portal bag anymore. He used his mind to search inside the portal bag. A book similar to the strange language book Gershwin got from the 5th-level bishop attracted David's attention. The book he obtained from Bishop Gershwin was still being deciphered by the AI system using the super server. Now, he found another book here. As soon as he thought about how the book was obtained from the bishop, David knew that this book should be something good. With David's current strength and vision, there were very few things that could catch his eye. Most of the time, he would only look at the items in a spatial item. Even if it was a spatial item of a level 5 expert, there were very few things that could attract his attention. David took out the book and transferred it into a space pendant. He continued to search in the portal bag. There were many items in the portal bag, but most of them were materials with a strange aura. As a follower of the God of Shadows, Bishop Cameron's portal bag was naturally filled with materials for the divine spells of the God of Shadows. Perhaps he was preparing for the next time he could extend his life. The Twilight of the Gods had more ways to obtain resources than ordinary evil followers. However, a 5th-level bishop would also consume a lot of resources. In addition, the items stored by a 5th-level bishop did not match those of a 5th-level temple knight. Therefore, David could not recognize most of the items in the portal bag. Even if he did, it would be useless. Even if he took out the items in the portal bag, David did not know what to do with them. There were so many materials and items that were full of evil and strange aura. Who would buy them? Even if someone wanted to buy them, he would not dare to trade them. If he did not do it well, he might be supporting the evil followers. David's mind swept across a gray robe. At first, he did not notice it. However, when he was about to move his mind away, he realized that something was wrong. It was a seemingly ordinary gray robe. However, when David's mind came into contact with it, his mind trembled slightly. This meant that the gray robe had some effect on his mind. David had never really learned how to train his mind. However, his mind was a 5th-level one. After absorbing and fusing with the soul energy of Bishop Gershwin, his mind power alone was comparable to a 4th-level Sky Knight. However, such a powerful mind could not help but tremble when it came into contact with the gray robe. David would never believe that the gray robe was an ordinary item. He reached out his hand and took the gray robe out of the portal bag. The gray robe seemed to be made of some kind of silk. It was so light in his hand that David could not even feel the physical body of the robe. It was as if he was holding a cloud of gas. David unfolded the gray robe and focused his mind on it. A strand of the gray robe was enlarged again and again. He saw that the surface of a strand was covered with extremely small, sacred runes. In reality, the long robe wasn't dyed gray, or rather, the silk itself was gray. Instead, it was the countless tiny runes that were emitting a faint gray light. The gray light gathered together, causing the long robe to turn gray. Even though David was a Grandmaster Alchemist, he believed that none of the Grandmaster Alchemists could be better than him. In fact, his alchemy level was even better than a normal Grandmaster Alchemist. However, when he saw the sacred runes on the gray robe, he could not help but be shocked. Sacred runes were more complicated than alchemy runes. The carrier and materials needed to make them were also more stringent. The number of sacred runes on this inconspicuous robe could not be accurately calculated. There were just too many of them. At this moment, David no longer thought that the silk used to make this robe was ordinary silk. Every single strand of silk was engraved with densely packed divine runes. The endurance of these strands of silk was even more terrifying than grade 5 materials. He also found another sacred rune that he could see inside the robe. It was in a separate area on the collar of the robe. There was a trace of the power of the will left on the sacred rune. It was the power of the will of Bishop Cameron. However, with the death of Bishop Cameron, the power of the will was still dissipating. David probed with his will. The sacred rune released a trace of suction force and absorbed his will. He could have taken back his will, but since he did not sense any danger, he did not. He just let the sacred rune absorb his will. After his will was absorbed, the sacred rune flashed. David received a message back and a connection with the gray robe. David learned the name of the gray robe. It was a robe made by the ancient god, the Shadow God. It could be considered a true sacred item. Dark Shadow was originally a robe made by the ancient god, the Shadow God, for the high priests of the Shadow sect. When the Shadow sect declined, this sacred item, Dark Shadow, was passed down to the followers of the Shadow God. It was controlled by the most powerful followers of the Shadow God. Dark Shadow had the defensive power of a 5th-level armor. It also had the self-healing ability of a divine creation. Of course, these were not the most important things. This sacred item, Dark Shadow, was made up of millions of sacred runes. It was the ability that the shadow god was most proud of, shadow of the shadow. It could allow the wearer to enter the shadow space within the shadow. The shadow space was different from other spaces. One could attack at any time in the shadow space, and one did not need to leave the shadow space to attack. For example, the invisible state of the shadow pterosaur was very powerful. However, if David wanted to attack, he would have to leave the invisible state. Otherwise, his attack would be useless. However, Shadow of the Shadow was tailor-made for assassination. It could hide in the darkness and deliver a fatal blow. Of course, Shadow of the Shadow was not without its shortcomings. It required the wearer to be in the shadow of a building or the shadow of a tree or a flower. As long as it was a shadow, Shadow of the Shadow could be activated and maintained. If it was night, Shadow of the Shadow could be activated as long as there was no light in the area. Because of this, Shadow of the Shadow could not be used in an open area during the day. It was easy to get rid of Shadow of the Shadow by letting the light shine everywhere. David looked at the sacred item, Dark Shadow, in his hand. He knew that this was probably the biggest reward he got this time. He thought about what Bishop Cameron was wearing and could not help but feel lucky. Since Bishop Cameron went through the planet-level portal in disguise, he did not have the sacred item, Dark Shadow, on him. He was only wearing an ordinary noble robe. If Bishop Cameron was wearing the sacred item, Dark Shadow, David would have underestimated his opponent and thought that the robe had no defensive power. Things would not have ended up like this. Luckily, the sacred item, Dark Shadow, had its own dust removal effect, so it did not leave any stains on Dark Shadow. However, the biggest problem now was whether Dark Shadow could be worn in public. Would it cause the 5 shrines to be unhappy? Now that he was in the Jami Star, David didn't have to worry about this problem. With a thought, the divine tool Dark Shadow recognized him as the master, and the divine tool Dark Shadow instantly appeared on his body. Through the shadow attendant beside him, he found that after wearing Dark Shadow, his aura changed immediately. A strange, shadowy aura appeared on his body. If someone saw David at this moment, they would definitely think that he was a follower of a level 5 evil god. This aura alone was proof. David then looked around, tried to find a shadow. He found that when he set up this trap, he chose an open area. There was not a single shadow around. He could not help but laugh. This was the end of Bishop Cameron. If Bishop Cameron was lucky, as long as there was a shadow here, there would be a chance for him to turn things around. David spread out his mental power and collected all 30 types of magic circles and temporary teleportation gates on the ground. The magic circles and teleportation gates were all in good condition. This was not easy. In a battle of life and death between level 5 experts, the teleportation gates and magic circles that were close to them were not affected. The main thing was that he did not give Bishop Cameron a chance. After putting everything away, he flew towards the direction of the castle. Chapter 876. David came to the castle and entered the shadows. He activated the shadow of shadow on the divine weapon Dark Shadow, and his figure instantly disappeared. This kind of disappearance was somewhat similar to the disappearance of the shadow pterosaur and the shadow attendant. They both entered another space, but it seemed that the shadow god's understanding of space was better than the latter. Or maybe it was because the 3 had different functions. After David entered the shadow state and blended into the shadow of the castle, it did not affect his contact with the objects around him. Although this was good for assassination, it limited his movement, so he could only walk in the shadows and could not pass through walls and other objects. For example, when the shadow pterosaur entered the invisible state, it could pass through many obstacles with the instantaneous movement. Similarly, when the shadow attendant entered the invisible state, it could ignore any object and energy and directly pass through. David smiled. Now that he had these 3 types of invisibility, he could make the most suitable choice according to the situation. Satisfied, he put Dark Shadow back into his dimensional pendant. He couldn't rest yet. After all, he had invited Bishop Bolin of the Serene Temple and Bishop Evans of the Temple of Justice to Dunur. He couldn't just leave them be. David did not sit on the shadow pterosaur this time. His figure continuously used this space dash and flashed continuously to the planetary portal. When he came out again, David was already in front of the planetary portal of the main city of Dunur. He did not hide his level 5 knight aura. As soon as he appeared, he was immediately discovered by several level 5 shrines who were chasing after the evil god believers. However, these level 5 experts were cooperating with the priests to clean up the evil god believers. After discovering that this aura belonged to Lord Arthur, they did not stop fighting and just reported to the 2 bishops. David rose into the air. In the air, he frowned as he saw the evil god believers fleeing in all directions. With a wave of his hand, 39 level 4 knight, level 4 sky knights who had been in the sky in a night battle formation rushed down and joined in the killing of the evil god believers. Among these evil god believers, there was no level 5 bishop at all. The strongest was only level 4. With the addition of 39 level 4 sky knights, the possibility of the evil god believers escaping was completely blocked. Seeing this, David was too lazy to do anything himself. He flew towards the 2 bishops. Bishop Bolin, Bishop Evans, please forgive me for being late. David bowed apologetically as he approached the 2 bishops. Originally, he was the one who had invited the 2 bishops to hunt down a grade 5 bishop, but as the host, he had only appeared at this moment. This was extremely rude. Lord Arthur, this is not something that can be forgiven. Do you see that? We are helping you clean up the evil god's followers hiding on Dunur. You must treat us to some good wine after the battle. Bishop Evans said with a smile. Why are there so many evil god believers on Dunur planet? David was shocked. He was too late. Many of the evil god's followers had been killed before he arrived. Could it be that the Dunur Star's main city had become a trading point for the evil god's followers? Fortunately, we discovered it early. Otherwise, you would have helped the Litton family bear this crime. Bishop Bolin said as he shook his head. Damn the Litton family. They should be stripped of their noble status. Bishop Evans said angrily when he heard the name of the Litton family. Although Bishop Evans said this, he also understood that the Litton family had 2 level 5 Knight Templars. In addition, they also had a lot of resources left behind. It was impossible to strip them of their noble status. Even suppressing the Litton family's noble status would not be easy. As long as the 2 level 5 Knight Templars of the Litton family continued to perform meritorious deeds, they would be able to raise their noble status. Bishop Evans wanted to use this incident on Dunur planet to attack the Litton family again. This was also something that Bishop Bolin was willing to see and help. Arthur, thank you for your help. I will prepare good wine as a thank you gift for your help today. Please help me clean up the evil god's followers here. David said as he bowed to the 2 bishops and the other priestesses. Lord Arthur, this is what we should do. The lower-ranking priestesses returned the bow, while the higher-ranking ones bowed in unison. The priestesses were in a good mood. Even if they did not drink the red wine produced by the Kami Star, it was still a top-quality gift. This kind of gift was more attractive than wealth. Lord Arthur, you're going to pay a big price this time. Bishop Bolin said with a smile. Priestesses, be careful. There are still level 5 evil god's followers that have not been found yet. Bishop Evans was worried that the priestesses would be distracted and be attacked by the level 5 bishop who had not yet appeared, so he reminded them loudly. The priestesses immediately gathered their thoughts and focused on casting the divine light spell. David was hesitant to speak. To be honest, since he wanted to send Bishop Cameron's body out, he naturally wanted to send it to the 2 bishops who had come to help him. However, David had just found out that the 2 bishops did not know that Bishop Cameron had left. If he told them now, it would be a slap in the face to the 2 bishops and the other priestesses. Lord Arthur, if you have anything to say, please speak. Bishop Evans saw that David was hesitant to speak and thought that David wanted to ask them for help, so he took the initiative to speak. Bishop Evans, Bishop Bolin, The level 5 evil god's followers you are looking for have left Dunar planet. David lowered his voice and used the power of blood to transmit his voice into the ears of the two bishops. This way, if the two bishops did not want others to know, they could still hide it and not embarrass themselves in front of others. Lord Arthur, how can you be so sure? Bishop Evans glanced at Bishop Bolin and asked David. Of course, Bishop Evans did not think that Lord Arthur would speak without thinking. This was not a small matter, and so many shrines were mobilized. An operation of this scale was rare even among the shrines. The level 5 evil god's follower was teleported to planet Gammy, and I killed him on the spot. David explained. Lord Arthur, are you sure? This time, it was not only Bishop Evans who asked, but also the two bishops who asked at the same time. Lord Arthur had killed a level 5 bishop last time, and although Lord Arthur had pushed part of the credit to Lord Gould, the shrines knew the whole story. Lord Arthur had single-handedly tracked down and killed the level 5 bishop. This was the greatest victory that the Temple of Light had ever received against an evil God-believer in the past few decades. However, it had only been a few days, and Lord Arthur had said that he had killed another level 5 bishop, which was unacceptable to the two bishops. That was a level 5 bishop, not a cabbage. It was not easy for 1 or 2 level 5 bishops to appear in 100 years, and they were extremely rare. However, every level 5 evil god's follower had their own means of survival. Without these means of survival, they would not have been able to survive until they became a level 5 bishop. It was not easy to become a level 5 bishop in a situation where resources were scarce and the world was full of enemies. There was even a saying that every believer of an evil god who became a 5th-ranked bishop had a much higher talent than a 5th-ranked temple knight. This was because both sides had become level 5 under completely unequal circumstances. It was difficult to become a level 5 bishop, so to become a level 5 bishop, one needed more talent to make up for the difference in resources. I brought the corpse, and I'm going to hand it over to the shrines, David said with a smile when he saw the two bishops staring at him. He did not specify which shrines he would hand it over to. This would be discussed by the two shrines themselves. He would not ask about the previous deal and would not offend any shrines. Lord Arthur, the shrines will give you the reward you deserve, Lord Evans said with a bow. No matter what, a level 5 bishop was a level 5 bishop. Even if it was a level 5 bishop's corpse, it still had great value. Although it was cruel, a level 5 bishop's corpse could be the best material in the hands of a powerful alchemist. It was just that no one dared to use a level 5 holy knight's corpse as material. Whether it was the anger of a level 5 holy knight's family or the dissatisfaction of the entire level 5 holy knight community, it was not something an alchemist could face. However, the corpse of a level 5 evil god's follower was definitely not one of them. The value of a level 5 bishop's corpse was also reflected in its research value. By looking at the corpse of a level 5 bishop, one could study the situation of a level 5 holy knight and gain more insights. Therefore, David being able to hand over the corpse of a level 5 bishop was definitely worthy of praise from the shrines. This is the corpse, you can check it, David said as he took out the corpse of Bishop Cameron from his dimensional pendant and used his mind to carry it to the two bishops. Since David had proven that a level 5 bishop had been killed, the high-ranking priests all stopped their light magic and turned to witness this event that would be recorded in history. Lord Arthur, you really are the bane of level 5 evil god's followers. You've already killed 2 level 5 evil god's followers in such a short time. Level 5 Priest Horus of the Earth Shrines praised David with a smile. Level 5 Priest Horus, I'm just a bit lucky, David replied with a smile. Since they were friends, Priest Horus was a bit more casual with him. That's Cameron. Hawthorne, the 5th level priest of the Temple of Justice, had a good relationship with David. After greeting him, he began to examine the body. After carefully examining it, he suddenly exclaimed, "Is it really Cameron?" Level 5 Priest Horus asked in disbelief as he stepped forward to take a closer look. Bishop Evans and Bishop Bolin no longer cared about Lord Arthur. They surrounded the corpse with the other level 5 priests as if there was something about it that attracted them. Yes, it's Cameron. Look at this scar. It was caused by the last archbishop 200 years ago. Level 5 Priest Hawthorne said, as he pointed at a wound on Bishop Cameron's shoulder. It was a wound with the symbol of the Just Shrines. It was a mark left behind by the shrines of the Just Shrines. This kind of special divine power was very difficult to heal after being hit, especially on the body of an evil god's follower. It was impossible not to leave a mark. Cameron was a level 5 bishop, but there was still a scar after 200 years. It wasn't hard to imagine how much damage this divine power had done to him. Bishop Bolin bowed to David. Lord Arthur, thank you for killing Cameron. Cameron had caused a lot of bloodshed among the shrines. The shrines had chased after him for hundreds of years without any results. I didn't expect you to kill him today. Yes, Lord Arthur. Many of our predecessors of the Just Shrines have died at the hands of Cameron. Your contribution this time will surely cause a stir among the shrines. Bishop Evans added, I didn't know who Cameron was when I killed him. David didn't expect the priest to be so excited, so he had no choice but to tell the truth. No wonder we didn't notice Cameron leaving Duner. With his shadow ability, it wouldn't be easy to find him. Level 5 Priest Hawthorne sighed. In fact, if they knew it was Bishop Cameron, they would have at least doubled the number of people sent here. Bishop Cameron's record in the shrines was as thick as several people's height. He had committed so many crimes that even the shrines couldn't wait to tear him to pieces. It should be noted that Bishop Cameron's greatest strength was assassination. He was the #1 assassin in the great world of gods in the past 1,000 years. However, as he grew older, he needed to spend more time preparing materials and affairs to prolong his life, so his movements decreased. However, there were still legends of Bishop Cameron among the shrines. Many priests grew up after hearing the stories of Bishop Cameron. When they became priests, they were told that they had to put all their effort into training in the face of such a powerful evil existence. This was also the reason why the 2 bishops and the other grade 5 priests were so excited when they found out that the corpse was Bishop Cameron's. David took out the human skin portal bag and said, Here's Cameron's portal bag. It's full of evil things. Please help me deal with it. Bishop Bolin looked at the human skin portal bag and said seriously, Lord Arthur, if you are willing to enter the shrines, I believe my Lord will bless you. The human-skinned interspatial bag itself was an evil item. It was made from the skin of an ancient great priest. That ancient great priest was an existence that surpassed rank 5. If this human-skinned interspatial bag fell into the hands of the evil god's followers, they would be affected by the interspatial bag, and their cultivation speed would increase. Bishop Evans's spirit entered the human skin portal bag and scanned it. His face became very ugly. Each of the evil materials in the bag was contaminated with a large number of human souls. Even in the portal bag, he could almost feel the screams of the innocent souls in the materials. Bishop Evans felt that the human skin portal bag in his hand was very heavy. This human skin portal bag represented at least tens of millions or even hundreds of millions of human lives. These were all followers of the gods. Fortunately, the human skin portal bag had fallen into the hands of the shrines. Through baptism, these souls would be saved and return to the origin of the world. Bishop Evans said in a deep voice, Lord Arthur, you may not know the value of this portal bag. Both the portal bag and the items inside are very important to the shrines. Chapter 877. The followers of evil gods are the public enemy of the great world of God. Killing them is what I should do. David didn't want to become a member of the shrines. He didn't even want to get close to the shrines. Bishop Bolin also understood that it was impossible to invite a lord, a powerful 5th-level knight, to join the shrines. Joining the shrines meant giving up everything in the world and worshiping the gods wholeheartedly. For Lord Arthur, who owned a lot of property, had a bright future, and was still very young, the price was too high. Bishop Bolin was thinking about how to get more merits for Lord Arthur. Bishop Evans also agreed. Lord Arthur had given them the body and the bag, which meant that he was putting the honor in their hands. It was very important for their future development. This was the fifth-grade Bishop Cameron, an existence that caused headaches for the 5 great shrines. Lord Arthur, we won't thank you. We will remember your kindness in our hearts, Bishop Evans said with a smile. As for the distribution of the body and the bag, that was a matter for later. It couldn't be done in front of Lord Arthur. The two bishops looked at each other. Bishop Boland took out an empty space ring and put away Bishop Cameron's body. He then held the space ring and a human skin space bag in his hand. David hesitated for a moment and asked vaguely, "Well, I want to ask if I can use the equipment of the followers of evil gods." Huh. It was Bishop Boland and Bishop Evans' turn to laugh at the same time. David was a little confused. Was there something wrong with what he said? "Sorry, I couldn't help it." "You mean the great, evil weapon Dark Shadow?" Bishop Boland asked, trying to hold back his laughter. "Bishop Boland, you know about Dark Shadow?" David thought that the weapon he left behind was a secret. He didn't expect Bishop Boland to say it out loud. Furthermore, judging from Bishop Evans's expression, Bishop Evans knew about this matter as well. As for Bishop Boland calling Dark Shadow an evil artifact, that was normal. To the 5 shrines, any artifact not created by the 5 gods was evil. The reason why Cameron was able to run amok for 1,000 years was largely because of that evil artifact, Dark Shadow. But rest assured, the shrines will not take your spoils of war. Bishop Boland replied with a smile. No matter how powerful the divine weapon Dark Shadow was, the shrines could not demand that the possessor hand it over. Doing so would not only break the knight's rule of the great world of God, it would also make the champions lose the will to kill the evil god's followers. It should be noted that while a knight could strengthen themselves through constant battles, they could also obtain more resources through battles. Equipment was also an item that could strengthen oneself. Needless to say, the nobles would display their spoils of war as part of their family's glory. This was a tradition and a badge of honor for the nobles. David knew that his worries were unnecessary, and his heart calmed down. Lord Arthur, if he used Dark Shadow, you'd better be careful. If the evil god's followers know that this evil artifact is in your hands, you will become their target. As long as the evil artifact is in your hands, they will always look for an opportunity to take it back. Bishop Evans reminded him. Thank you, Bishop Evans. I'll be careful. David smiled and bowed. David knew very well that from now on, he would not be able to live in peace. The fact that he killed Bishop Cameron could not be hidden. He had already given Bishop Cameron's body to the shrines. There were so many priests here, and no one knew how many of them were related to the nobles. If the shrines wanted to keep it a secret, it would be impossible to do so unless it was related to the gods. In fact, the best way to get out of trouble was to hand over Dark Shadow. If it fell into the hands of the shrines, then the evil god's followers could only watch helplessly. However, he wasn't that generous to ask David to give away such a useful divine artifact, Dark Shadow. He had long been the target of the evil god's followers. This could be imagined from the fact that 2 level 5 bishops had targeted him. Moreover, David's current strength had greatly increased, and protecting his own life wasn't an issue. He also discovered that if he wanted to increase his soul space, he would have to kill a bishop of the 5th rank. Even the soul energy of a temple knight of the 5th rank could only be considered as a small supplement. At this time, the cleanup of Dunar's main city had been completed. The 4 level 5 shrines knight had also returned to the team. Thank you for your help this time. My family's foundation is not enough, so I don't have many gifts to give. I prepared some red wine to express my gratitude. David took out a space ring and handed it to Bishop Evans. He then bowed to the more than 200 priests, knight, and priests. Bishop Evans scanned the red wine in the space ring with his spirit. He found that there were 2,000 bottles, all of which were produced by Planet Gammy. It was known as the best wine in the great world of God. He had a smile on his face. I'll accept your gift on behalf of everyone. However, this gift is not cheap. I'm sorry to have made you spend so much money, Bishop Evans said with a smile. The red wine produced by Planet Gammy had always been priceless. Most importantly, this kind of red wine was very popular among the top nobles and level 5 masters. It was a symbol of noble status. let alone 2,000 bottles of this kind of red wine. Even a few hundred bottles would be enough to thank the priests. One had to know that this time, more than 200 priests were out to exterminate the followers of the evil god. This was their duty. Judging from the number of followers they had exterminated, they would naturally be rewarded by the shrines when they returned. This red wine was an unexpected surprise. The priests of the two major shrines left. Although Dunur's main city had just experienced a battle, the followers of the evil god mainly wanted to escape, so the damage to the main city was not serious. David arrived at the Lord's castle. Butler Dickens and Butler Geoffrey were already waiting at the door. Viscount Antonio was also there, standing beside the two butlers. "Come to the study." David nodded slightly and said in a deep voice. David sat behind the desk and looked at the three people in front of him. These three people were now very powerful in Dunur. Butler Dickens was his representative and could make decisions with just a word. Viscount Antonio was the commander of the night. As for Butler Geoffrey, since he was the butler of the Lord's castle, he could also represent Leyland to a certain extent. "Butler Dickens, I request that you organize people to re-examine the information of everyone on Dunur. If there are any suspicious shrines, ask the Shrines of Justice to participate. I will inform the Shrines of Justice." David ordered Butler Dickens in a deep voice. "Master, I have disappointed you. I will definitely make up for my mistakes and ferret out all the followers of the evil god on Dunur." Butler Dickens stepped forward and knelt on the ground as he said loudly. Lord Arthur had given him the most power and an extremely high status. He was an exiled butler of a duke, but now he was the butler of a top noble. He was in charge of a prosperous planet in his hands. However, Butler Dickens understood that what he had done today was far from enough. So many followers of the evil god had gathered in the main city. Although it was because of the Lytton family in the past, it was also because he did not focus on the management of Dunur. "Get up. I know that you are very busy preparing for the night's banquet, but the matter of the followers of the evil god may shake the foundation of Dunur. It must be taken seriously," David said with a wave of his hand. "Yes, master." Butler Dickens stood up and replied. "Viscount Antonio." David turned to Viscount Antonio and said. Viscount Antonio immediately performed a knight's salute to David and waited for David's instructions. "From today onwards, send 2 squads of knights to be stationed at the planet-level portal. I need alchemists to install a holy water spray device on the portal and purchase a large amount of holy water from the shrines. Baptize the people who use the portal daily," David said in a deep voice. "As you command, my lord." Viscount Antonio bowed and replied. Although the effect of holy water was not as good as light magic, it could let the followers of the evil god leak their aura. Of course, the holy water produced by the shrines was not cheap. Even if it was sprayed all year round, it would still be a huge expense. However, David felt that it was worth it. By doing so, he could cut off the important channel that the followers of the evil god used to enter and leave Dunur. Butler Geoffrey, Butler Dickens have a lot of things to do. Send a notice to all the people of Dunur on behalf of me. Any portal that has not been authenticated is against the will of the Lord. Once discovered, it is equivalent to colluding with the followers of the evil god. David turned to Butler Geoffrey and ordered. "Yes, master." Butler Geoffrey bowed and replied. "I will send an additional rank 4 Sky Knight to make up the number of 40. When I condense an energy avatar, I will send it here," David finally said. David had no intention of interfering in the political affairs of Dunur. He did not have many talents in his hands. If Butler Dickens and Viscount Antonio could not do a good job, he would need to recruit new talents. It would not be too difficult to recruit talents in the name of a top noble. In fact, many people had misjudged the importance that David placed on Dunur. He did not place as much importance on Dunur as he did on Cami. Cami was the planet that he valued the most. He had placed his biggest secret in the Giami star, while the Dunur star was just a property to him. The spiritual avatars of Archbishop Barney from the Temple of the Earth God and Archbishop Julian from the Temple of Justice met. This time, the meeting took place in the public spatial fragment. In front of them was a corpse and a human skinned interspatial bag. After Archbishop Bolin and Archbishop Evans reported to their respective archbishops, the two archbishops took back the power to decide the distribution. I did not expect Lord Arthur to kill Cameron. Archbishop Barney's spiritual avatar said with a smile as he shook his head. Yes, many priests have died at Cameron's hands. Even our Lord was alarmed. It's a pity that Cameron is too cunning and has never been caught. If it weren't for Cameron's corpse in front of me, I wouldn't dare to believe it. Archbishop Julian also said with a smile, "What about Lord Arthur's reward? Others do not know the significance of Cameron's death, but the 5 shrines do. If the reward is not enough, the other 3 shrines will probably laugh at us." Archbishop Barney glanced at the corpse on the ground and asked, just as Archbishop Julian had said, Bishop Cameron was a 5th-grade bishop. Now that Bishop Cameron had been killed, if his corpse was sacrificed, God's grace would definitely descend upon them. Perhaps the other shrines did not know, but the great shrines of the 5 shrines knew. With Lord Arthur's contribution, if the reward was not enough, not only would the other shrines laugh at them, but Lord Arthur would also find out, which would affect the relationship between the two sides. In the eyes of the 2 shrines, Lord Arthur was like a sharp sword that killed 2 rank 5 shrines in a short period of time. If they did not get on good terms with him, the 2 shrines would not be able to receive such credit in the future. The foundation of Lord Arthur's family is too weak. He already controls 2 planets. Even if we reward him with another planet now, it would be difficult for him to control it. Moreover, recently, Lord Arthur did not seem to care much about the territory. He was almost always in a state of seclusion. He was simply a training maniac. We can't give him better equipment. Archbishop Julian was also worried about how to reward David. Rewarding Lord Arthur with a territory was the best method, but he had just rewarded Lord Arthur with a Duner planet, and Lord Arthur hadn't had time to digest it. If he were to reward Lord Arthur with another territory, it would be troublesome. As for other treasures, it could be seen from Lord Arthur's equipment. Ancient divine armor, a rank 5 light longsword, and the newly obtained divine weapon, Dark Shadow. Such equipment was already at the peak of rank 5. Archbishop Barney hesitated for a moment before suggesting, "Why don't we reward Lord Arthur with the illusion spell to reduce the risk of emotional loss in the future?" Archbishop Julian also hesitated. The illusion spell was a spiritual training method, and since Archbishop Barney suggested it, it was naturally not an ordinary spiritual training method. Hallucination was a top-level mental training method. Even a small portion of the priests in the temple had only learned it. Of course, the most precious thing about the illusion spell was that it could help a rank 5 knight. A rank 5 knight's control of the spirit was very weak. Their spirit would only increase with every promotion. However, the biggest reason for a rank 5 knight's emotional loss was the weakness of the spirit and the strength of the body. The bigger the gap, the more likely it was to cause emotional loss. Every rank 5 knight knew that as their strength increased, emotional loss would occur more easily. However, knights yearned for strength, and no rank 5 knight would give up on the pursuit of strength. The illusion spell was very precious because it was a top spiritual training method. Every time it was used, it would reduce the number of times it could be used, and it would take a long time to restore the number of times it could be used. Chapter 878. Both Archbishop Julian and Archbishop Barney did not mention anything about the distribution of the level 5 Bishop Cameron's body and the human skin portal bag in front of them. They had only met today for Lord Arthur's reward. As long as the distribution of the level 5 Bishop Cameron's body and the human skin portal bag was raised to the level of the archbishops, it would be distributed according to the tacit agreement between the archbishops. Archbishop Julian nodded in agreement. I agree to use the illusion technique as the reward. This time, the shrines of justice will be the one to give the reward. As for the inheritance of the illusion technique, since Archbishop Julian had an advantage in the distribution this time, he would naturally be the one to pay the price of the reward. Archbishop Barney said with a smile, I don't know if I should be worried or hoping that Lord Arthur will continue to kill level 5 believers of the evil god. If Lord Arthur were to gain such merit again, it would be difficult for them to give out a reward that would satisfy Lord Arthur. Archbishop Julian said worriedly, I do hope that Lord Arthur can greatly damage the strength of the Twilight of the Gods. The Twilight of the Gods is getting stronger and stronger, and they seem to be accumulating strength. I'm worried that there might be some conspiracy. The two archbishops looked at each other. The Twilight of the Gods was the biggest problem in the great world of God. Unlike the other believers of the evil god, those believers of the evil god below level 5 were just tools to train the knights. The shrines would tacitly allow the existence of the believers of the evil god to give the knights a chance to practice in battle. However, there were an unknown number of level 5 bishops in the Twilight of the Gods, which had already threatened the safety of the shrines. Every year, there would be some massacres on remote planets. After the investigation of shrines, they would more or less find some traces of sacrifice, and there were clues that showed that it might be related to the Twilight of the Gods. The reason why the shrines were so active in taking advantage of the situation to remove Count Ebby from the position of chairman was because the Lytton family was involved in many of the incidents. In the past, the shrines had to consider the reaction of the nobles if they wanted to touch the chairman. The nobles were a group. Once the shrines interfered too much in worldly affairs, they would be resisted by the nobles. Lord Arthur had killed 2 level 5 bishops in a row, forming a deadly feud with the Twilight of the Gods. The 2 archbishops were prepared to use the illusion technique as a reward to increase Lord Arthur's strength and increase his ability to resist the Twilight of the Gods. Archbishop Julian took the body of Bishop Cameron, and Archbishop Barney took the human skin portal bag. They nodded, and the 2 energy clones disappeared into the public space fragment. The 2 archbishops did not discuss how to deal with the Lytton family, because the Lytton family was no longer a top-notch noble family. Even if they had 2 5th-level knights, the archbishops did not need to personally intervene. In the valley of planet Lytton, Arvid's 5th-level knight and Count Ebby's energy clones were sitting in the study. The atmosphere in the study was extremely tense. Count Ebby's main body was hidden in a hidden place, and he was reading the information that was constantly coming in. Each piece of information was like a heavy hammer hitting his heart. When a large number of evil god believers were discovered in the main city of Duner, the joint shrines of the Earth and Justice shrines began to encircle and annihilate them, and the information was sent in. After all, planet Duner was under the control of the Lytton family for thousands of years. It could be said that the Lytton family's influence was deeply rooted in planet Duner in a short period of time. When Count Ebby saw this information, he had a bad feeling in his heart. The development of the situation after that was just as he had guessed. While the 2 shrines priests were still cleaning up, the Lytton family's business partners kept cutting off contact with the Lytton family. If the business partners cutting off contact with the Lytton family affected the wealth of the Lytton family, then some important mining partners refused to continue working with the Lytton family, which really hit the Lytton family. Although the Lytton family had a lot of resources and storage, no amount of resources could withstand the consumption of the huge number of knights in the Lytton family. These mines were the pillars of the Lytton family's industry. Some of the mines needed to be sold or exchanged for other mines, and some of the mines needed to be cooperated with other nobles to produce more valuable semi-finished products. Now that all of this had stopped in a short period of time, it seemed that the Lytton family was like the plague, and everyone was avoiding the Lytton family. I've contacted my clansmen. Some of the believers on planet Duner were deliberately let in by them, and the rest were brought in by the believers who had already entered planet Duner. Count Ebby said in a deep voice. Arvid's level 5 knight was also looking at the information. He and Count Ebby did not expect the situation on planet Duner to be so serious. They rarely went to planet Duner, and even if they did, they would not check on these things there. The 2 Temple Knight did not expect their clansmen to be so bold as to let the believers of the Lytton family live on planet Duner. In fact, they did not think about it. If they did not have their attitude towards the believers of the Lytton family, how could their clansmen do such a thing? Although the two Temple Knight did not explicitly state their relationship with the Twilight of the Gods, after working with the Twilight of the Gods countless times, how could the core clansmen not see the key point? Now is not the time to find out who is responsible, but how to get through this difficult situation. Arvid's level 5 knight said with a long sigh. Indeed, no matter how poor the Litton family was, as long as the two level 5 knight were there, the family would not be able to stay poor forever. But the last blow had not passed, and this time, something like this happened again. This made the nobles not dare to have anything to do with the Litton family, and this was not a small problem. No matter how many territories the Litton family had, it was impossible for them to be completely self-sufficient. They needed to trade and cooperate. But now, no nobles were willing to cooperate or trade with the Litton family, and the Litton family was waiting for the resources in their hands to be exhausted. Without resources, the Knight family would not be far away from falling apart. Impossible! Count Ebby's energy doppelganger suddenly stood up and cried out in alarm. He had such a reaction because his main body had received the latest information, the contents of which made him extremely shocked. What happened? Arvid's level 5 knight frowned and asked. Arvid's level 5 knight did not understand what could be worse than the current situation. What could make Count Ebby show such an expression? Bishop Cameron was killed by Lord Arthur. Count Ebby's expression did not disappear as he softly replied. Arvid's level 5 knight also stood up. He was the liaison between the Litton family and the Twilight of the Gods, and naturally knew how terrifying Bishop Cameron was. Is it confirmed? Arvid's level 5 knight asked in a deep voice. The corpse of Bishop Cameron was handed over to the shrines by Lord Arthur. Count Ebby's energy doppelganger sat down softly. At this time, Count Ebby was extremely regretful of making an enemy out of Lord Arthur. Was such an existence really someone they could deal with? What kind of existence was Bishop Cameron? He was an existence that had been hunted down by the shrines for thousands of years, but now he had died at the hands of Lord Arthur. If possible, Count Ebby was willing to pay any price to restore his relationship with Lord Arthur. But it was too late now. With Lord Arthur's temper and the Litton family's current situation, there was no room for reconciliation. The atmosphere in the room reached a freezing point. Arvid's level 5 knight also felt a chill from his soul. It was the fear of a powerful existence. I hope the Twilight of the Gods can get rid of Lord Arthur. Arvid's level 5 knight muttered. This was also the Litton family's only chance. As long as Lord Arthur did not die, the Litton family and the two level 5 knights would never be able to rest in peace. With such an enemy watching them, they had to keep their eyes open even when they slept. David did not know what the two level 5 knights of the Litton family were thinking. He had just returned to Cami. Since he had received a clear answer from the two bishops, he boldly put on the divine weapon Dark Shadow on his body. Although the aura was a bit gloomy, considering the powerful effects of the divine weapon Dark Shadow, this flaw was still bearable. Most importantly, after putting on the divine weapon Dark Shadow, he could also put on the black armor. 2 layers of level 5 defense, plus the defensive power of his level 5 bloodline power and his powerful body, made him feel that his defense was comparable to a defensive fortress. David first went to the super server to check on the progress of deciphering the book with the unfamiliar language. He then scanned a new book with the same language into the super server. An extra sample would increase the data for analysis, giving the AI system a better foundation for analysis. After doing this, David used Space Dash and returned to the secret room in the mountain. From there, he entered the spatial fragment. Sitting on the roof of the luxurious castle in the spatial fragment, a level 4 Sky Knight served him drinks. This time, David obtained a large amount of soul energy. Although he still had a lot of level 4 Sky Knight corpses in the portal item, he did not plan to waste soul energy to revive a level 4 Sky Knight. He now had a total of 52 level 4 Sky Knights. Among them, he left 12 in Cami. He could bring the 12 level 4 Sky Knight to the castle in Cami or the castle in the spatial fragment according to his needs. Although it was a bit troublesome, David would not waste a lot of soul energy just because of this inconvenience. David waved his hand, and the shadow attendant flew to his hand. He pressed his hand on the shadow attendant's shoulder. After that, a large amount of soul energy was transferred from the shadow attendant's body to David's soul space. Because he needed too much soul energy to fill up the small world in his soul space, he did not share the soul energy he had obtained recently with the shadow attendant. The shadow attendant did not have any objections. In fact, every time David shared half of the soul energy with the shadow attendant, it had already strengthened the body of the shadow attendant a lot. In a short period of time, the shadow attendant did not need to be upgraded. David's mind entered the soul space. In the small world, the soul energy turned into rain and fell on the sky above the soul fortress and a large area of land around it. This time, the rain was a golden downpour. He could feel that the area under his control was expanding rapidly. After nearly an hour, the golden downpour finally stopped. The area under his control in the soul space was 3 times larger than before. This result was unimaginable to David. One had to know that Bishop Gershwin's soul energy had already shocked him. It took him more than 10 minutes to complete the transfer. This time, Bishop Cameron's soul energy took almost an hour to complete the transfer. David was amazed by the power of Bishop Cameron's soul. Bishop Cameron was a veteran level 5 spirit master. He had the spirit training method given by the shadow god himself. He had also received the god's grace from the shadow god through continuous sacrifices. All of this allowed Bishop Cameron's spirit to grow continuously, and this process of growth took 1,000 years. The soul energy that David received this time was the accumulation of Bishop Cameron's 1,000 years of accumulation. Although Bishop Cameron's body had already decayed due to the continuous prolongation of his life, his spirit was still growing stronger. What a pity! David could not help but shake his head and sigh when he felt the feeling of the huge spirit. This was because he could feel that the area under his control in the soul space was expanding. However, he did not feel that his spirit level had increased, which meant that his spirit level had not increased. Such a huge amount of soul energy did not increase his spirit from 99 to 11 points. He did not even know how much soul energy it would take to increase his spirit to 11 points. However, David was not too disappointed. The harder it was to level up, the greater the improvement after leveling up. David focused his mind on the small world in the soul space. The area under his control was increasing. Although the soul fortress did not increase in size, as long as he wanted to increase it, the land in the surrounding area could become part of the soul fortress at any time. However, he did not do so. Although he could manipulate the land and turn it into part of the soul fortress with just a thought, he wanted the small world in the soul space to be like the real world. David had a feeling that he would receive some extraordinary benefits after he had complete control of the small world. He trusted his intuition very much. This made him yearn for the soul energy of a level 5 bishop. Perhaps no one would have thought that the most terrifying enemy of the great world of gods was a 5th grade bishop, yet someone wanted to meet him as soon as possible. David opened his eyes and spread his spirit outwards. His spirit easily scanned a distance of 2 kilometers, then 3 kilometers for kilometers, and finally stopped at 5 kilometers. 5 kilometers was the range that David could control with his spirit. Within this range, he could control the black spear to travel freely and attack his enemies. Of course, within a distance of 5,000 meters, there was no need to use the black spear at all for knights weaker than level 4. Even if it was a weak level 4 Sky Knight, he could still kill them with the power contained in his spirit. Chapter 879. David's hand was still on the shadow attendant's shoulder. He sent an order to the shadow attendant, and a level 5 Bishop Cameron floated out of the sea of knowledge. He looked at the color of the knowledge ball and couldn't help but feel happy. It was a white knowledge ball with a special ability. To be able to reach level 5 in the great world of God, most of them had their own talent ability, which made it easier for them to stand out from the countless others. It was even more difficult for the followers of evil gods to reach level 5. Every level 5 bishop had their own ability. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to reach level 5 with the least amount of resources and the harshest conditions among the followers of evil gods. However, when David focused his mind on the white knowledge ball, the smile on his face froze. It wasn't that he couldn't learn this white knowledge ball, but the name of this knowledge ball was extremely strange. Fanatical faith talent. When he saw the name, David thought that it was the ability to believe in a god. He couldn't figure it out no matter how hard he tried. This kind of innate ability should be a natural ability, an ability brought about by the innate strength of one's spirit. Sometimes it might not be triggered because one's spirit was weak, but most of the time, this kind of innate ability was innate. But how did Bishop Cameron's innate ability come about? It couldn't be that Bishop Cameron had faith before he was even born, right? David hesitated for a moment. This kind of talent about faith made him worry that something unexpected would happen. However, it was the talent of a level 5 bishop that had been around for thousands of years. He could not integrate it just because he was worried. At most, if there was a problem with this talent, he wouldn't use it. Thinking of this, David ordered the shadow attendant to guide the fanatical faith talent ball of knowledge into his soul space. The fanatical faith talent ball of knowledge flew into his soul space and formed a pale gold fanatical pattern. Through the fanatical pattern, he understood the true function of the fanatical faith, and a strange look appeared on his face. Zealous faith was a deceptive ability. If hypnosis were used to deceive ordinary creatures, then zealous faith was used to deceive gods. It was not easy to deceive the gods, but it was much easier to convince the gods by deceiving themselves and pretending to be a fanatic. Of course, this only sounded easy. No matter what, this was deceiving the gods. Although the zealous faith talent ability did not have any actual combat use, its level was extremely high. A level 5 support ability was extremely rare. Cameron, a level 5 bishop who had the talent ability Zealous Faith, was chosen by the believers of the God of Shadows due to his outstanding spiritual talent when he was young and became a shadow believer. After becoming a shadow follower, Bishop Cameron used his talent ability Zealous Faith to become a zealous follower of the God of Shadows. Because of his outstanding spiritual talent, he was greatly favored by the God of Shadows. In fact, Bishop Cameron was not that fanatical. He was at most a normal believer, but as long as he activated the fanaticism pattern, his soul would show that of a fanatical believer. This was also the reason why Bishop Cameron was able to rise through the ranks to become a level 5 bishop from the numerous evil god believers. David was a little depressed. To be honest, the Zealous Faith talent ability was very powerful. If he was a real person of the great world of God, this talent ability could make him the favorite of any god. But he had too many secrets. He did not even dare to get close to the 5 shrines, let alone the gods of his faith. This Zealous Faith ability falling into David's hands was like casting pearls before swine. Putting aside the matter of the Zealous Faith talent ability, there was no harm in not using it anyway. He had gained a lot from killing Bishop Cameron this time, so he did not feel too bad about having a talent ability that he could not use. David summoned the 12-level 5 Temple Knight. Due to the incident on Dunur, he decided to activate his energy avatar as soon as possible. In fact, his energy avatar had already taken shape, but he did not have enough bloodline power to fill it up. As for the other level 5 Temple Knights, most troublesome problem of splitting their souls, David did not have to worry about it. Under his previous careless manipulation, the energy avatar in his heart space had already integrated with a large amount of his spirit and developed consciousness. This time, David was prepared to let the 12 Temple Knights of the 5th rank consume a year's worth of 5th rank bloodline power. This way, he would gain 12 years' worth of 5th rank bloodline power in one go. With so much level 5 bloodline power, it was enough for him to form an energy clone and increase his strength by a notch. As for the 12 Temple Knights of the 5th rank, losing a year's worth of power from their bloodline couldn't be considered too great of a loss. The cultivation environment inside the spatial fragment was excellent, and in a few months, the 12 Temple Knights of the 5th rank would recover their strength. David activated the Bloodline Power Purification innate ability, and a Bloodline Power Purification pattern appeared in front of him. The 12 5th rank Temple Knights selflessly guided their 5th rank Bloodline Power into the Bloodline Power Purification pattern. Through the Bloodline Power Purification pattern, the Bloodline Power was transformed into an unmarked 5th rank Bloodline Power, which entered David's body and flowed into his spiritual sea space. As more and more level 5 Bloodline Power poured into David's mind sea, more and more level 5 Bloodline Power soft swords were rotating in his mind sea, and the energy doppelganger in the center was also expanding. He also sent his spirit into the energy avatar and sat in the center of the space vortex in his heart sea. He used the Grandmaster Level Knight Inheritance Sword Art to accelerate the rotation of more and more flexible swords, hoping to quickly absorb the incoming Level 5 Bloodline Power. When the number of Level 5 flexible swords in his heart sea increased to 1,000, David also felt that the energy avatar had reached a full state. Separate. With a thought, the energy avatar separated from the center of the space vortex in his heart sea and rose into the air. The moment the energy avatar separated, a large amount of level 5 bloodline power solidified into flexible swords squeezed into the center of the empty space, once again forming a small humanoid solid crystal. In a split second, 1/3 of the LV5 soft swords were reduced, leaving over 600 LV5 soft swords. The remaining LV5 soft swords were fixed in the center of Zhang Tai's mind sea and stabilized his mind sea space. David now understood why those level 5 Temple Knight were all worried about the damage to the energy avatar. With his strength, this loss of 1/3 of his 5th rank bloodline's power, in addition to the previous consumption, was the result of at least 4 years of cultivation. Taking into account the soul fragments in his doppelganger, the loss of an ordinary 5th rank Temple Knight's doppelganger would not only aggravate his emotional loss, but also directly weaken his strength. Just as David was about to summon the energy avatar out of his heart's sea space, he felt a suction force coming from his soul space. This suction force came from the 2 God crystals. After experiencing this many times, David understood that the 2 God crystals were acting on their own. The God crystals were somewhat like the photon computers of the Interstellar Federation. As long as certain conditions were met, they would automatically run some internal program. The program inside the God crystals was actually the knowledge of the 2 gods. However, with David's own strength, he was far from being able to investigate the God crystals. He could, however, reject the God crystals' actions. David knew that the 2 God crystals wouldn't harm him, so he allowed the energy avatar to be sucked into his soul space. The soul space was an empty space formed by David's soul energy. Normal entities couldn't enter it. Fortunately, the energy avatar wasn't a physical entity, so it was pulled in by the 2 God crystals. Because of the special relationship between the energy avatar and David, all of the energy avatar's feelings were felt by David. Before, David had entered the soul space through the projection of his consciousness. It was like a God's perspective. This time, he entered as an energy avatar, but he found himself standing in the soul space for the first time. Beneath his feet was the stone floor of the soul fortress, and above his head were many twinkling stars. The 2 brightest stars were the Battle Angel Crystal and the Bald Man's God Crystal. Below them were the various ability patterns he had obtained. Beside him, 96 golden soul avatars were scattered in the soul fortress. Because of the soul connection between them, he felt very close to them. David suddenly thought that Bishop Cameron should have a level 5 soul origin. When he thought about it, the shadow attendant outside guided the level 5 soul origin into the soul space. In an instant, the 96 golden soul doppelgangers around David's energy doppelganger shone with golden light, and the 2 God crystals above his head joined in as well, connecting to the newest golden light spot that appeared. Something happened that surprised David. The level 5 soul origin that belonged to Bishop Cameron had a connection with him. The moment it became the 97th Golden Soul avatar, it went into the energy avatar. As soon as the level 5 soul origin entered the energy avatar, it was like it had melted. The gold color spread until it was colorless. However, David felt that something was different. His energy avatar seemed to have something more than before. The previous energy avatar was like an incomplete energy avatar, or it could be said that the energy avatar was incomplete in the first place. This was because the soul of an ordinary energy avatar was only a fragment of a level 5 Temple Knight soul. David's avatar didn't even have a fragment of a soul. It had only fused with the enormous spirit of an ordinary level 5 Temple Knight. This made the energy avatar no different from an energy avatar with a fragment of a soul. Even the imperfections of the energy avatar were the same. It was because of this imperfections that the energy avatar of a level 5 Temple Knight could only consume the level 5 bloodline power in the avatar, but couldn't recover it on its own. Every time the level 5 bloodline power was consumed, the energy avatar would have to return to the main body. Only through the main body could it recover the level 5 bloodline power. The energy avatar couldn't even recover the level 5 bloodline power, let alone increase its strength through cultivation. The increase in strength of the energy avatar required the main body to increase its strength. After that, the energy avatar would return to the sea of consciousness. After a period of refusion, the energy avatar's strength would increase. No 5th rank Temple Knight had ever thought that an energy doppelganger would have a complete soul. This was a 5th rank soul, and the characteristic of a 5th rank soul was that it had a 5th rank soul origin. This was the fundamental difference between an ordinary soul and a 5th rank soul. If one wanted to cultivate a level 5 bloodline power, it was impossible to do so without a level 5 soul origin. But through this operation that even David didn't understand, his energy avatar became the first complete energy avatar in the great world of God. In the future, he could let the energy avatar cultivate just like the main body. While David was still lost in his thoughts, the battle angel crystal emitted a golden light. A surge of energy flowed into the energy doppelganger. After the energy entered the doppelganger, it transformed into a complex divine rune. The divine rune then merged with the energy doppelganger's level 5 soul origin. Then the bald man's god crystal also emitted a golden light. The golden light turned into another complicated divine rune that also merged with the level 5 soul origin. Although David couldn't learn the divine rune that merged with the energy avatar, he knew what it was. It was the mysterious talent that increased his strength and speed in the past. The battle angel crystal provided the speed talent, while the bald man's god crystal provided the strength talent. Even the shadow attendant couldn't detect these two talents, but the increase in strength and speed was terrifying. After the operation of the two god crystals, a repulsive force came from the soul space and pushed the energy avatar out of the soul space. The energy doppelganger appeared in front of David. He looked at the energy doppelganger face to face, but he was already familiar with this feeling, so it was nothing. David's energy avatar's face wasn't right. It wasn't Lord Arthur's face, but David's original face. Luckily, the avatar's face was easy to change. Just as he was thinking, the avatar's face had already turned into Lord Arthur's face. Even the clothes that were transformed by the level 5 bloodline power appeared on the avatar's body. The style was the same as the divine weapon, Dark Shadow. Naturally, it wouldn't have the same effect as the divine weapon, Dark Shadow. David looked at his energy avatar with satisfaction. He began to test out the various abilities of the avatar. However, it wasn't a good idea to test the level 5 avatar in the space fragment. This fragile space was very important to him. He didn't want to destroy it. This time, David didn't leave the space fragment. He wanted to test if the avatar could appear in two different worlds at the same time. Chapter 880. The energy doppelganger flew up and came to the portal in the center of the space fragment. David's main body also came to the portal. If anything happened, his main body would immediately return to Gammy Planet through the portal. After preparing for the worst-case scenario, the energy doppelganger entered the portal. When the energy doppelganger appeared again, it was already in the secret room. David felt the connection between his main body and the energy doppelganger. He found that although his main body was still in the space fragment, it did not affect the connection between him and the energy doppelganger. The connection between the energy doppelganger and the main body seemed to transcend the distance of space. David could not help but feel relieved. The energy doppelganger could be separated from the world, so he could handle his affairs and cultivate at the same time without affecting each other. In the future, he could even let his main body and energy doppelganger be in the great world of God and the Interstellar Federation respectively, taking care of the affairs of the two worlds. The current David could no longer be like when he first came to the great world of God, where he could give up everything in the great world of God at any time and directly leave the great world of God. There was the cultivation environment he needed here, and there were powerful enemies who could provide him with soul energy. He was in a period of rapid growth. At least before his strength reached the slow stage, he would not leave the great world of God. However, he could not disappear for a long time in the Interstellar Federation. His family and friends were there, and there were people who needed his protection. Another problem immediately arose. David's energy doppelganger had no way to leave the secret room. Although the energy doppelganger claimed to have no physical body, it might not have the ability to penetrate objects, unless he was willing to break through the secret room and forcibly break out of the mountain. In the end, David's main body came out and brought the energy doppelganger out of the secret room. David's main body found a space ring in the space pendant. This space ring was his previous spoils of war. The space inside was about the size of a room. This space ring was not the largest among all his spoils of war, but it was the lightest of all the space rings. Do not underestimate a little weight. A little more weight would affect the movement speed of the energy doppelganger. Normally, when preparing for battle, the energy doppelganger would throw away its spatial items and participate in the battle in the lightest way possible. This was because any extra weight would drag the energy doppelganger down. In theory, the energy doppelganger was weightless. It was only when the body was completely formed by the power of the rank 5 bloodline that it could reach such a terrifying speed. David thought for a moment and stored the Lord communication array into the space ring of his energy doppelganger. That way, if someone were to contact him in the future, they would be able to contact him immediately because his main body was in a spatial fragment. After doing this, David's main body returned to the spatial fragment and continued to train with the 12th Knight of the Temple. As for the grade 5 Bishop, he could only sit in the space fragment and close his eyes to rest his mind. Through this simple method, he could still benefit his mind a little. Of course, for a grade 5 mind, this little effect was close to nothing. However, David had no other choice. Without a spiritual cultivation method, he could only do this. On Gammy Star, David's energy doppelganger soared into the sky and flew at an extreme speed. He had controlled no less than 9 energy doppelganger and had a lot of experience in controlling them. But his own energy doppelganger's flight was clearly different. Just after increasing its speed, the energy doppelganger's speed reached the speed of an ordinary energy doppelganger, and after increasing its speed, it started to surpass the speed of an ordinary energy doppelganger by a large margin. It could be said that in terms of speed, David's energy doppelganger could crush all other energy doppelganger. After flying for over 10 minutes, he gained complete control of the energy doppelganger's speed and stopped in the air. David punched the empty space in front of him, and the boundless fist power hit the empty space, causing a distortion to appear. The power of this punch was second only to his main body's punch. In other words, the energy doppelganger's speed and power could threaten an ordinary grade 5 Knight of the Temple. This was good news. It must be known that the energy doppelganger of an ordinary grade 5 Knight of the Temple would have to consume the power of a grade 5 bloodline in battle, Otherwise, its fighting strength would not reach the standard of grade 5. This also caused the energy doppelganger to not last too long in battle. But David's energy doppelganger could completely rely on the strength of a grade 5. With the help of its superior speed, it could continuously attack grade 5 without consuming the power of a grade 5 bloodline. After testing his strength and speed, David wanted to test his cultivation. But when he returned to the ground and wanted to practice the leopard breath breathing technique, he suddenly discovered a big problem. Indeed, David's energy doppelganger was very special. It had a complete soul and a grade 5 soul origin. But the energy doppelganger did not have a bloodline origin, which was the most important thing for knights. Without a bloodline origin, even if the energy doppelganger could cultivate, it would not be able to produce bloodline power through cultivation. This discovery made David very disappointed, and he somewhat gloomily sensed the energy doppelganger's every move. He expanded the will of the energy doppelganger outwards, and the doppelgangers will stopped when it reached 200 meters. At the same time, David discovered that due to the existence of the level 5 soul origin, as well as the fact that the energy doppelganger had fused with his main body spirit when it was created, the energy doppelganger spirit level was very high. Although it was still very weak, it was slowly increasing. Actually, David did not know that the doppelganger's was increasing on its own. It was not only because the doppelganger had fused with his own will when it was created, but also because the doppelganger had fused with the grade 5 soul origin of Bishop Cameron. This was equivalent to obtaining the spiritual talent of a grade 5 bishop. Unlike David's own spiritual talent, which was forcefully increased by absorbing soul energy from Shadow Attendant, Bishop Cameron was a natural spiritual talent. His spiritual talent was so high that it could be ranked at the top in the history of the great world of God. If Bishop Cameron did not have such spiritual talent, he would not be able to run rampant in the great world of God. Even the shrines could not do anything about it. David shook his head. He did not have any spiritual training method himself. Otherwise, he would want to test how powerful his doppelganger's spiritual talent was. Just as he was thinking, the Lord Communication Circle in his portal ring had an energy reaction. David took out the Lord Communication Circle and saw that it was a contact request for Bishop Evans. He accepted the request. "Lord Arthur, where are you now? The reward from the shrines needs to be given to you," Bishop Evans said after the call was connected. Bishop Evans had received an order from Archbishop Aria to personally hand the reward to Lord Arthur. Due to the special nature of the reward, Bishop Evans contacted David. "Bishop Evans, I'm on planet Gammy." David replied, "Please open the portal. I'll teleport immediately," Bishop Evans said. David did not expect Bishop Evans to be in such a hurry. He sped up and flew towards the planet-level portal. If it was his real body, then he could use the control card in his dimensional pendant to control the planet-level portal at will. However, the energy doppelganger did not have this convenience. David also found that the AI system could not recognize him. If he did not have the Lord Communication Circle to send orders to the AI system, the alarm on planet Gammy would have gone off. The energy doppelganger was extremely fast. When it reached the planet-level portal, it was only 20 seconds after the call ended. The planet-level portal flashed, and Bishop Evans appeared in front of the portal alone. "Bishop Evans, welcome." David's energy doppelganger smiled and bowed. Bishop Evans was stunned on the spot. After a few breaths, he reacted and returned the greeting with a wry smile. "Lord Arthur, you can even form an energy doppelganger. Your talent is too strong." Bishop Evans shook his head and sighed. Although he was not a level 5 Shrines Knight, he knew a lot about level 5 Holy Knights since he was a member of the Just Shrines. Energy doppelganger was not something that could be formed casually. It required one to damage one's own soul and a large amount of level 5 bloodline power. "Please come to the castle to talk." David did not want to talk about his talent. He knew his own situation. David and Bishop Evans entered the castle. Since all the level 4 Sky Knight servants were in the dimensional fragment, there were no servants in the castle. "Bishop Evans, Please wait for a moment. I'll prepare some drinks for you. David said apologetically as he realized the situation. No need to trouble yourself. You can just open a bottle of red wine. Bishop Evans had a good relationship with David, so he did not hesitate to ask for it. David smiled and took out a bottle of red wine from the wine cabinet on the side and poured a glass for Bishop Evans. He was an energy doppelganger, so he did not prepare anything for himself. You are too simple. There are no servants in the castle. Bishop Evans said to David after taking a sip of the red wine. I was rude. Ever since Count Ebby attacked the castle and destroyed the mechanical servants, and after the attack on Dunur, the Sky Knight who stayed in planet Gammy was transferred to Dunur. There were no more servants here. David explained with a smile. David's explanation to the Sky Knight was not the truth. The 12 level 4 Sky Knight servants were left in the dimensional fragment. This was not something that could be said. He was also preparing to let the AI system create some housekeeping robots to manage the castle. He did not plan to open Planet Gammy to the public anyway. Lord Arthur, the reward that the shrines have given you this time is a little special. You need to come here personally to receive it. Bishop Evans said after a short conversation. Bishop Evans, I'm afraid you will have to wait for another 30 minutes. My body is currently training. David said after a slight pause. When Bishop Evans sent the contact request, David's body had already started training in the dimensional fragment. Once the training started, it would take an hour to finish. Then I'll have to trouble you for a few more cups of good wine. Bishop Evans said with a smile. I'll make sure you drink to your heart's content during the night reception in the Holy Cathedral. David said with a smile. The invitations have been sent out long ago. This time, there were many invitations to the Temple Night reception, almost covering more than half of the level 5 masters in the divine macro world. I'll be there on time. Bishop Evans replied. 30 minutes quickly passed as the two of them conversed. David's body left the dimensional fragment and returned to the underground training room of the castle through underground sneak. He then walked from the underground training room to the reception hall. As soon as David entered the reception hall, his energy double automatically flew into David's sea of consciousness space. This was a normal rule for a level 5 knight to receive guests. It would be very rude to let a guest meet two masters at the same time. Lord Arthur, after a discussion between Archbishop Julian and Archbishop Barney, since your territory is new and you still need time to control it, they did not prepare a territory reward for you. At the same time, your equipment has already reached the top of the night level, so the equipment that the shrines gave you will not be of much use to you. Therefore, the two archbishops are preparing to reward you with the inheritance of the illusion technique. Bishop Evans explained very carefully to David. The reason why he explained all the details was so that David would not misunderstand. It was important to know that David's contribution this time was very great. The two shrines needed to make it clear and not just give him some merit points. Bishop Evans explained in such a way because he was afraid that David did not know the reason. The shrines rarely gave out physical rewards. Usually, they would give out merit points as a reward. When a merit reached a certain level, they would add a territory reward. However, a territory reward was definitely not the best. A powerful inheritance was the best reward. What is the inheritance of the illusion technique? David did not have much reaction to the lack of territory and equipment reward. He was more curious about the inheritance of the illusion technique. Illusion is a spiritual training method created by the great God. Because there's a limit to the number of times it can be inherited, only a few priests are qualified to practice it even in the temple. Bishop Evans explained with a smile. As he spoke, he took out an alchemy gold plate. David glanced at it and saw that it was a one-time use alchemy gold plate. Place this alchemy gold plate between your eyes and concentrate on it. You only have one chance. Do not be distracted. Bishop Evans said. He thought for a moment and continued. This inheritance of the illusion technique can effectively reduce the emotional deficit of a knight. Bishop Evans said the last sentence to make David pay attention to this inheritance. The inheritance of the illusion technique was not enough to be distributed among the shrines. If it was not for David's great contribution, the shrines would not have passed it to David. The inheritance of the illusion technique was researched by the gods. In the process of passing it down, it was found to be very suitable for people with spiritual talent. Therefore, the inheritance of the illusion technique was finally divided into 5 parts, which became the top spiritual training method of the 5 shrines. Of course, the shrines also had their own spiritual training method, but the illusion technique was easier to practice and stronger, so it was popular among the priests. Chapter 881. David nodded. Of course, he would value the inheritance of the illusion spell. In fact, he valued it even more than Bishop Evans had imagined. He had thought of looking for an evil god's follower for the spirit training method, but he realized that he couldn't practice it at all unless he became an evil god's follower and gave up his faith. The value of the spirit training method was beyond David's imagination. Maybe a low-level one could still be found, but a high-level one would be hard to come by. Now that the shrines valued the spirit training method so much, how could he not be excited? David carefully placed the alchemy card between his eyes. The cold feeling made him more focused. Just as his spirit approached the alchemy card, it suddenly exploded. A golden light went through his head and entered his soul space. David was shocked at first, but he didn't move to dodge since he didn't have any danger perception. He didn't believe that the reward given by the shrines would be dangerous. Plus, he had a good relationship with Bishop Evans, so there was no need for him to set him up. The golden light flew into David's soul space and turned into a golden pattern. David was stunned for a moment. This illusion technique, inheritance, was actually to leave an inheritance pattern in the soul space. No wonder it couldn't be passed down through other methods. He felt the information from the illusion pattern. It was a complete set of spirit training system, but everything had to be activated by the illusion pattern. Without the illusion pattern, this set of spirit training system would no longer exist. David didn't start training immediately. Bishop Evans was still there. He opened his eyes and saw Bishop Evans smiling. "Lord Arthur, I hope you will consider the justice shrines when you kill a rank 5 evil god's follower. The shrines won't treat you badly," Bishop Evans said with a smile. He said this with confidence. After Lord Arthur understood the importance of the inheritance of the illusion technique, it was reasonable for him to make such a request. "Bishop Evans, if possible, I will consider it first," David said with satisfaction. David knew about the strangeness of the rank 5 Bishop Cameron's body. That body was full of the shadow god's traces. Even he didn't dare to resurrect it because it would be troublesome. However, if such a body fell into the hands of the shrines, it would represent the merit of fighting against the evil god. The body of such a powerful being would definitely be liked by the gods and receive the blessings of the gods. After sending Bishop Evans away, David left his energy avatar and returned to the space fragment. Sitting in the super large spirit gathering circle, David began his first training of the illusion spell. First, he activated the illusion pattern in his soul space. Following the activation of the illusion pattern, his spirit poured into the illusion pattern. After the illusion pattern changed, his spirit was given a special property when it flowed out of the illusion pattern. The reason why the illusion method was suitable for most people with spiritual talent was because of the uncertainty of its training method. At David's level of training, he could use his special spiritual power to build familiar objects in his spiritual space according to his own situation. David moved his mind, and a small part of the special property of his spirit condensed into a human shape. This human figure slowly became clearer as David's consciousness entered his mind. This was a real human being. David couldn't really command this human. The human's actions were determined by his thoughts when he created them. Take this first human, for example. When he created it, he thought it would be a farmer. Therefore, after the human appeared, he began to work on the land outside of the soul fortress. Since it was his first training of the illusion spell, David wasn't a shrines. The shrines didn't give him any experience when they rewarded him. He had to test everything himself. David chose the safest way. All the humans he created were farmers. His spirit was huge, and he ended up creating 10,000 farmers. These farmers cultivated the land outside of the city and planted crops. As the crops grew, David felt that his soul space seemed to have more life. Even the range of his control in the small world of his soul space expanded a little. He didn't know if it was an illusion or the result of his training. He felt that other than not needing to eat and drink, these humans in the soul space were no different from real farmers. Each farmer had their own way of moving in consciousness. Although David could feel the thoughts of these 10,000 farmers, he couldn't control their actions. Just as David was fully focused on the training of the illusion technique, the 10,000 farmers he was paying attention to instantly turned into golden light spots and flew towards the illusion pattern in the sky. After the training of the illusion spell ended, David was confused. What kind of effect did his training have on his spirit? When he was training the illusion spell, he felt like a long time had passed. However, when his mind returned to reality, he realized that only 2 hours had passed. On the land in the small world of his soul space, there were still some plants left behind from the training of the illusion spell. These plants were completely still and no longer as active as when he was training. However, it was obvious that some of the life force from the training in the soul space had been preserved. This made him feel that the soul space was different from before. The area within David's soul space that he could control had also increased slightly. Although the increase in area was small, the only way he could increase the area was to forcefully absorb soul energy, and that required the soul energy of a level 5 expert. There are only a few rank 5 masters, and it was impossible to absorb all of their soul energy. Therefore, by training in the illusion spell, he could increase the range of his soul space, which made David very excited. David began to summarize the training experience of the illusion spell. Although it was his first time training in the illusion spell, he understood the true meaning of the illusion spell. The biggest secret of the illusion spell was the illusion pattern, which David couldn't decipher. Those with the talent of mental power could send their mental power into the soul space and change everything in the soul space into any shape they wanted. All of these were just illusions. In the soul space, a rock and a tree were the same soul energy without life. It was just that their appearances were different. However, the illusion pattern gave the cultivator's mind a special property. It allowed the cultivator's mind to transform the soul space through illusionary life, forms, or objects. The effects of this cultivation process would remain in the soul space and add a trace of change to the soul space. David had the thoughts of his original world and also the knowledge of the Interstellar Federation and the great world of God. His way of thinking about the illusion spell was very different from others. From his point of view, the illusion technique was like using a fixed amount of energy to create humans and tools, modifying the soul space. It was more like a simulation game. David's previous method of using farmers to farm was the most backward and inefficient. He hadn't seen the understanding of the illusion spell from the seniors in the shrines. Plus, his way of thinking was very open, which gave him a new idea. David let the energy clone in the castle contact the AI system through the terminal and set up a new calculation and analysis mission. Using the technology that the AI system had already grasped, how to use a specific energy and use the most efficient method to transform a planet. His requirement was that the machinery used in the transformation must have a complete design. Of course, the most important thing was the top-level Krypton crystal. This was the foundation of everything. The AI system needed to provide detailed analysis of the top-level Krypton crystal and use the most microscopic method to create the top-level Krypton crystal. This kind of microscopic method of forming top-grade kryptonite was impossible to achieve in reality, but David planned to experiment with it in the illusion method. This task was very easy for the AI system. In just 10 minutes, the energy clone received a large amount of data. David's next task was to memorize all the data. This was a complicated and huge task. Perhaps for other people with the talent of the mind, this was an almost impossible task, but David had confidence in himself. He had 96 level 5 soul clones, which was equivalent to 96 level 5 talent of the mind sharing this task. He also had 2 God crystals to speed up the memorization process. However, even with so many advantages, it still took David 3 days to memorize all the information in his mind. Of course, this process was all done by the energy clone, so it didn't delay the training of the main body. After stopping the illusion spell training for 3 days, David didn't feel any regret. He was still in the exploration stage. Perhaps when he found the best way to train, the results of 1 day's training would be many times better than before. In the space fragment, David once again sat in the super-large spirit gathering circle and began the second round of the illusion spell training. He activated the illusion pattern and a huge amount of mind power flowed into it. Then a special type of mind power appeared in the soul dimension. In David's soul dimension, the origin of the 96 level 5 soul clones and his own soul origin were constantly flashing. An engineering soldier wearing an exoskeleton armor appeared. In order to recreate the exoskeleton armor, every part's material, shape, and performance parameters were all given by David during the manufacturing process. The top-level Krypton crystal that David was most worried about was also the most difficult one, but he didn't encounter much trouble. After the microscopic structure of the top-level Krypton crystal was given, the entire process went smoothly. Then the second, the third, until the 100th engineering soldier appeared. After that, it was all kinds of large machines. Although these machines were huge, they weren't troublesome to build. They just consumed more mind power. After the first machine was built, an engineering soldier jumped into the machine. It was a fully automated farming machine. The engineering soldier operated the machine automatically and began to reclaim the land outside of the Soul Fortress. However, compared to a few days ago, when the farmers first started training, it was like the difference between heaven and earth. Then the engineering soldiers began to operate all kinds of machines to build canals and supporting agricultural facilities. In David's soul space, a scene that could only be seen by the Interstellar Federation's planet agriculture appeared. 100 engineers were busy working nonstop. It seemed that when David was building the engineering soldiers, he had a clear definition of what an engineering soldier was. Also, he knew all the knowledge of the engineering soldiers, so they could control all kinds of large machines with ease. The seemingly huge land was quickly reclaimed by these large machines. After that, the work of harvesting and building the granary was carried out automatically. However, at this time, some of the engineering soldiers didn't stop working. They began to modify the Soul Fortress. David couldn't stop them at all. Of course, the engineering soldiers weren't messing around. The main body of the Soul Fortress didn't change, but the surrounding buildings were flattened and built into more advanced buildings in the style of the Interstellar Federation. These buildings were all assigned to different functions according to the city's function. Hospitals, schools, research centers, residential areas, and so on were all built. This was beyond David's original imagination. The illusion could only be set, but it couldn't be interfered with after that. David saw an engineering soldier enter the research center and connect the energy of his exoskeleton armor to the research desk. David was very familiar with this research desk. It was exactly the same as the one he used. After the research desk had energy, it began to extract genes from the research desk to create human embryos. David's mouth twitched. The genes extracted were his genes. He used the research desk often, so his genetic data was stored inside. He couldn't be wrong about this. The engineering soldier placed the human embryos into the incubator on the side. The incubator was sent to the hospital. In the hospital, the incubator was neatly arranged, and there were engineering soldiers taking care of them. When the first batch of human babies appeared, David was stunned. He felt that the illusion had gone out of control. This batch of human babies wasn't created by the illusion at all. According to the previous operation of the illusion, these babies would stay after the operation. After the babies appeared, the world suddenly stopped. The engineering soldiers and large machines all disappeared, but everything that was built, including the babies, still existed. However, whether it was the plants in the field or the babies, they were all still. However, David knew that the next time he practiced the illusion, the plants in the field and the babies would all come back to life. David felt the changes brought by the illusion for the second time. His soul space was full of life. A large amount of life force was surging in his soul space. Chapter 882. David even had a feeling that if he continued to train like this, his little world and his soul space might really come alive. He didn't have much doubt about this, because his little world was the little world of the god of play Gladstone. However, due to the death of the god of play Gladstone, the vitality of this little world had also disappeared, and it had become what it was today. However, David had seen the small world of the god of play Gladstone. Although the small world at that time was pitch black and filled with poison, he had personally experienced it. Everything was as real as it was real. David's little world and his soul space had increased a little. This time, the increase was 100 times more than the first time. He opened his eyes and felt the changes in his spirit. His spirit was more condensed. Since his spirit was at a bottleneck, he couldn't tell how much his spirit had increased. However, he was sure that the result of this training was at least 1/10 of a level 5 spirit energy. No wonder it's called a top-level spirit training method. David murmured. If there was a priest from his shrines who had learned the illusion spell and talked to David, they would definitely be shocked by the results of David's training. Although the illusion spell was a top-level spirit training method, the results of training varied from person to person. However, it didn't mean that it could be so effective. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so few level 5 priests in the shrines. In fact, the illusion spell was a spirit training method that the gods had specially researched for those with the talent of the spirit. It had unlimited possibilities, especially the illusion pattern, which contained the understanding of the rules of the world. The illusion spell could simulate everything that was allowed by the rules of the world. Every action in the soul space could more or less increase one's spirit training. Of course, if it was trained properly, it could even directly increase the soul space and improve the foundation of the talent of the spirit. It was a pity that the illusion spell could only be trained once a day. Otherwise, he would continue to train and see what would happen to those human babies the next time he trained. Although David himself couldn't train the illusion spell, he wanted to see if he could let the level 5 bishop and his energy avatar train the illusion spell. Currently, a grade 5 bishop did not have any spiritual power training methods. Not to mention increasing his spiritual power and increasing his strength. It was already difficult for him to even maintain his strength. His energy doppelganger had already proven that it couldn't cultivate the knight's cultivation method. The spirit cultivation method was the only one that could be cultivated. David first experimented on a level 5 bishop and tried to use the illusion pattern from his main soul space. The reason why he thought that a level 5 bishop could practice the illusion pattern was because of the connection between his avatars and his main soul. His avatars could remotely use the pattern in his main soul space, and this was proven to be feasible. As expected, the level 5 bishop successfully activated the phantom pattern from afar and channeled his spirit into it. Since the soul space of a level 5 bishop was too small, only about 5,000 square meters, and the total amount of spirit of a level 5 bishop was not much due to the resurrection, David could not imitate the spirit training method of the original body. When a level 5 bishop practiced the illusion spell, he could only use the most primitive method, which was to create 100 farmers and plant crops in his soul space. Although this method of training was slower, it was still relatively speaking. After one round of illusion spell training, the total amount of spirit of a level 5 bishop had increased by quite a bit. Of course, the main reason for this was that a level 5 bishop's base value was very high. It was just that after his resurrection, he was only left with a level 5 soul origin. Now that he had a top-level spiritual power training method, his training speed was naturally very fast. After that, David experimented with his energy doppelganger. The level 5 soul origin of the energy doppelganger came from Bishop Cameron, which was much stronger than Bishop Gershwin's soul origin. However, the problem was that the level 5 soul origin had lost all of its soul energy. Whether it was the soul space or the total amount of spirit, it was extremely weak. It could only practice the most primitive illusion spell. David did some calculations. When his doppelganger used the illusion pattern to train, he could only use one doppelganger at a time, and could not train at the same time. Just him, his energy doppelganger, and the level 5 bishop's training took up 6 hours of the illusion pattern. He also wanted to let the 12 level 5 temple knight train the illusion spell, but he had to give up on that idea. But then again, David's level 5 temple knight did not have the risk of losing his emotions, so it did not matter if he trained the illusion spell or not. After all, a level 5 temple knight did not rely on the spirit in battle. The next day, it was time for David's original body to train the illusion spell. He activated the illusion pattern and channeled his spirit into it. After that, in the small world of his soul space, the engineers and large machines that had disappeared before appeared one after another. When David was training, he wanted to continue the training from last time, so the illusion spell followed his will. The human babies grew up quickly. These babies needed to consume the food in the warehouse during their growth. The Interstellar Federation's food processing machines were also created by the engineers. A part of the energy that was not needed was transferred to the food processing machines. This batch of natives entered the school, and a part of the engineers became teachers to teach this batch of humans their own knowledge. After learning the knowledge, the natives began to take over the use of planting and construction machines, achieving self-sufficiency in food. The engineers, who were completely free, began to do new research. A huge chimney was erected. This was the thermal power generation that had long disappeared from the Interstellar Federation. This technology was outdated, but in David's memory, there was information related to it in both of his worlds. With the emergence of thermal power stations, the fuel was the byproduct of planting the useless branches. With electricity, all the buildings had energy, and there was no need to dismantle the construction machines. David's illusion spell was out of control, but he was not worried. As long as he wanted to, he could redefine the illusion spell during a training session. Then everything would disappear. The effect of the illusion spell was very good, and he was not willing to stop this development. However, David's small world in his soul space was becoming more and more strange. When he was training the illusion spell every day, his small world in his soul space was like a miniature version of the civilized world. The natives slowly did not need the engineers to make the embryos manually. Instead, they produced them through a natural combination. The natives would age and die, and new natives would be born. The natives slowly took over the small world, and the 100 engineers no longer participated in the normal affairs. Instead, they became law enforcers. The engineers stabilized the order in the small world, and the population of the natives began to explode. The buildings around the Soul Fortress also became taller and taller. The way food was produced was also changing. It had changed from normal land farming to agricultural factories. There were hundreds of agricultural factories, and each layer used the soilless farming technology of the Galactic Federation. This was how they were able to feed the exploding population. This was the result of 20 days of training. Whether it was the control of the mind or the control, it had improved a lot. And with the increase of the natives' population and planting, the benefits he gained from each training session also increased. Especially after each training session, the controllable range of the small world in his soul space was also increasing with the population of the natives. With the current speed of increase, even if he stopped absorbing soul energy and only relied on the illusion spell training, he could completely occupy the small world in 20 years. This was a positive development process. As the controllable range of the small world in David's soul space increased, he could build more agricultural factories and produce more food. The internal development of the small world was actually a bit abnormal. According to the rules of the world, with so many natives living together, there would be too many conflicts. In fact, the illusion spell perfectly substituted the rules of the world. These natives were just like normal humans. They would have emotional changes, disputes, and even murder. However, the 100 engineers wearing the exoskeleton armor effectively controlled the security of the small world. It seemed that when David practiced the illusion spell, he only considered the needs of living and did not consider the military. Therefore, until now, the small world still did not have any military equipment, let alone military factories. The 100 engineers wearing the exoskeleton armor were invincible in the small world. The engineers would not age or die, and they maintained the stable development of the small world. Therefore, although the development of the small world was abnormal, because of the existence of the 100 invincible engineers, the small world's internal balance could not be broken. David did not know that even the God who created his illusion spell had never thought that it would develop like this. The best level 5 shrines who practiced the illusion spell were farmers who maximized the use of spirit to grow plants with the highest activity value. This was also the result of the illusion spell research of the shrines. Of course, the farmers transformed by the level 5 shrines also had the most advanced planting techniques of the great world of God. All kinds of secret planting techniques of the top nobles would also be used. But no matter how strong they were, the shrines who practiced the illusion spell had never deviated from the training method they had always followed. Perhaps the shrines all thought that this was the correct way to practice. This was the real illusion spell. David's illusion spell had now become a real world. Although this real world had all kinds of disadvantages, it was indeed a real world that followed the rules of the world. But the energy clone and the level 5 bishop's illusion spell were more normal. After more than 20 days of training in the soul space of the energy clone, the first talent pattern had appeared. It was a pity that this talent pattern was zealous faith, which made David very disappointed. Thinking that the level 5 soul origin of the energy clone came from Bishop Cameron, it was not strange that the talent zealous faith appeared. David could only hope that with the increase of the spirit of the energy clone, other useful talents would appear. David, who was addicted to training, had to stop for a while. The night of the temple banquet would start in 2 days, and as the host, he had to go to Dunar planet. David put the 12 level 5 knight of the temple and the level 5 bishop into the summoning ring of the shadow attendant and returned to Gammy planet. When he arrived at Gammy planet, the first thing he did was to go to the secret room in a mountain where the super server was located. As early as 2 days ago, the AI system had sent out the news that the 2 books had been decoded. But David was in seclusion training at that time, and the energy clone could not pass through the mountain and enter the secret room where the super server was located. David waved his hand, and a screen appeared. He operated it for a while, and the contents of the 2 books that he had scanned before appeared. Under the scan contents, there was a line of translated text. There were a lot of annotations on the side. Based on a large amount of historical information and the vast amount of knowledge of the great world of God, the super server had done an in-depth analysis of the text on the 2 books and found a direction from some of the words in the ancient books. Fortunately, David had brought 2 books with the same text, which gave the super server more references. Otherwise, the translation would have been more difficult. The titles of the 2 books were translated, and to David's surprise, the titles of the 2 books were the same. It was called the Divine Book. Of course, the translation was not necessarily accurate, because the meaning of this text was very complicated. A single word could represent dozens or even hundreds of meanings. To understand this text, one had to combine the contents before and after, the situation where it was used, and most importantly, the emotions contained in the words when it was written. According to the analysis of the super server, this text was very likely not prepared for humans. Because of the complexity of human associative ability and knowledge, it was very difficult to understand the content written in this text, even after strict learning. It was important to know that the super server had spent almost a month on these 2 books, and it had consumed more than half of the computing resources of the super server. The super server's research was supported by the books that David had obtained from many of the top nobles and big noble families. It could be said that this knowledge alone was not comparable to any of the people of the great world of God. Of course, the two divine books had the same title, but the contents were completely different. According to the translation of the Super Server, the two divine books recorded the stories of two different gods. Looking at the divine book in his hand, to be honest, David was a little disappointed. Originally, he thought that since the two level 5 bishops valued these two books so much, they should be very important items, and it was very likely that they recorded the contents of secret techniques. However, who would have known that these two books were really important to the level 5 bishops, because these were the books that the level 5 bishops prayed to the gods they believed in. Chapter 883. David was very disappointed with the two divine books, but when he was flipping through one of them, a memory suddenly appeared in his energy clone's mind. His energy clone had absorbed Bishop Cameron's level 5 soul origin, but under normal circumstances, after being cleaned up by the shadow servants, the level 5 soul origin should no longer have any imprints that belong to the original body, let alone a memory. David absorbed the memory and found that it was the memory of Bishop Cameron reading the divine book aloud. Or rather, it was not correct. According to the memory, Bishop Cameron also did not recognize the words on the divine book. Bishop Cameron was only holding the divine book and reciting the content according to the inheritance of the Shadow sect. The divine book was the link between Bishop Cameron and the Shadow God. When a level 5 bishop appeared, the sleeping ancient god would automatically give him a divine book. By reciting the divine book every day, the bishop could connect with the god and strengthen the connection of faith. The memory of the divine book was related to the god. In order to ensure the purity of the level 5 believers, the god would engrave the memory related to the divine book into the level 5 soul origin. Even if a level 5 bishop died and the level 5 soul origin was revived, it would not affect the belief of the god. Of course, this memory was also a key. It could allow the soul of a level 5 bishop to automatically connect with the god according to the connection of faith. Unlike Bishop Cameron, who could only recite the words without knowing why, David understood every word of the text. Before he received Bishop Cameron's memories of the Book of God, he could not read these words. But now, David could read these words according to Bishop Cameron's memory. Also, David knew the name of this language from Bishop Cameron's memory. It was the language used by the ancient gods. David recalled the pronunciation in his mind. His finger gently moved across the divine book in his hand. The pronunciation in his memory was very simple, but it had a majestic aura. It was like the sound of shrines, but also like the sound of the ancient wilderness. Although he knew the pronunciation of the divine book, David did not read it out loud. His senses told him that once he read the divine book in his hand, something unexpected would happen. This kind of unexpected thing was not a good thing. Although it was not life-threatening, it would be very troublesome. David believed in his senses. His senses were unparalleled among the level 5 masters in the great world of God. Not everyone had the help of 96 level 5 soul avatars. He analyzed in his mind and understood the risk. According to the information he obtained, Bishop Cameron believed in the God of Shadow. Even if Bishop Cameron used a fanatical belief to deceive the God of Shadow, Bishop Cameron's belief still existed. It was just that it might not be as fanatical as the God of Shadow. Perhaps as long as David read the contents of the divine book in his hand, he would involuntarily connect with the Shadow God and become a follower of the Shadow God. David did not want to become a follower of the Shadow God. The Shadow God's influence in the great world of God was very small. Believing in such a God would not bring him any benefits. Instead, he would be targeted by the 5 shrines. David put down the divine book in his hand. After thinking for a while, he picked up another divine book. This time, he took the initiative to contact the level 5 soul of Bishop Gershwin. Sure enough, when he opened the divine book in his hand, a memory came out from the level 5 soul of Bishop Gershwin. It was the recitation of the divine book in his hand. With the pronunciation of the 2 divine books and the research results of the super server, David could be said to have grasped the meaning and pronunciation of all the holy texts in the two divine books. David always felt that the divine text was not simple. Just by reading the divine text in the divine book, he could actively connect with the gods. This meant that the divine text contained some kind of magical power. He did not dare to read the two divine books aloud, but this did not mean that he could not say other divine texts. David looked around. He was in the belly of the mountain, and the super server was right next to him. Any attempt here could cause damage to the super server. He left the belly of the mountain, found an open space on Gammy, and stood on the ground. David checked all of his innate abilities and focused his attention on the ice manipulation innate ability. To be honest, this innate ability's usefulness was extremely limited right now. The power of the ice manipulation innate ability was too weak, and it was no longer compatible with his strength. However, when doing experiments, this kind of talent ability was safer. Ice. David opened his mouth and said the divine text in a deep voice. As he spoke, he sensed a strange change within a 5-kilometer radius of his spiritual energy. It was as if there was an additional rule. When David said the word ice, he felt that 1/10 of his spirit was consumed. David's expression changed. He didn't expect to consume so much spirit force just by uttering a single divine text. The total amount of his spirit was so huge that even Bishop Cameron's 1,000 years of accumulation could not compare. David's spirit had absorbed too much soul energy. Plus, his spirit space had merged with the small world of the god of plague, Gladstone, so his total amount of spirit was unimaginably high. However, even with such a total amount of spirit, 1/10 of it was consumed with one word. Fortunately, when he chose to say the divine text, he only said one word. Of course, this kind of consumption was not a fundamental loss of spirit. As long as he rested for a day or did some spirit training, he could recover. Therefore, although David was surprised by the consumption of his spirit, he still decided to continue the experiment. With a move of his spirit, his ice control talent was activated, and an ice wall rose 2,000 meters away. Instead of calling it an ice wall, it was more appropriate to call it an ice city wall. In the past, when he activated his ice control talent, the ice wall he created was at most 10 centimeters thick. However, this time, the ice wall he created was 10 meters thick. Furthermore, the ice wall appeared in even faster speed. David had a feeling that when he activated the ice wall with his ice control talent ability, the law that was created after he uttered the word ice was helping to activate the ice wall within a 5-kilometer radius. This made it easier for him to create the ice wall, and the power of the ice wall was also greater. David moved his mind, and a figure flew from afar. It was his energy clone. The energy clone was so fast that ordinary people could not follow it with their eyes. As soon as it arrived in front of the ice wall, it threw a punch. With a boom, cracks appeared on the 10-meter thick ice wall, and then the ice wall exploded. Although the 10-meter thick ice wall was destroyed by the energy clone's punch, David was not disappointed in the slightest. On the contrary, a smile appeared on his face. The full power of the energy clone's punch was equivalent to the full power of a 5th-ranked Temple Knight. Although the ice wall was destroyed with one punch, the whole process took no less than a second. In other words, an ice wall could block a 5th-ranked knight for at least a second. To a 5th-ranked powerhouse, a second was enough to decide the outcome of a battle. Moreover, with the rule of the word ice, erecting an ice wall would take less than 1/10 of a second. While David was thinking, in a 5-kilometer radius around him, numerous ice walls were erected. The energy clone was trapped within and kept punching, but no matter how he punched, more ice walls would appear. After a full 10 minutes, David felt the strange rule of the mind disappear. After that, the energy clone punched, and dozens of ice walls were destroyed. David sighed at the power of the holy text. Perhaps it could be his trump card, but he could not use it too often. He was not stingy with the consumption of his mind. Now that he had the illusion method, his soul and mind were improving every day. He could replenish the little bit he consumed in a day at most. David was worried about the influence of the holy text. He should not have been able to master such a divine language. He did not know if the 5 shrines would find out that he had mastered the holy text, which would bring him trouble. He did not prepare to test the influence of the holy text on his innate ability. Instead, he chose ordinary words. Happy. David said in a low voice, prepare to consume a large amount of mind power. To his surprise, he did not consume much mind power this time. Of course, this not much was based on his mind power. If a non-level 5 mind user said these words, the amount of mind power consumed would be enough to make a level 5 mind user fall into exhaustion. David sensed that within a 5-kilometer radius around him, there was a relaxed atmosphere. It was as if he would feel happy as long as he was there. David tested a few more holy texts. He did not dare to use complete sentences because he had a feeling that if he did, his mind power would be completely depleted. After a short period of practice, he had also grasped some of the rules of the holy text. The most mind-consuming thing was the influence on the laws of nature. This kind of holy text that affected the laws of nature would consume a large amount of mind power to be activated. The holy text that affected the mind would consume much less mind power. Some nouns and auxiliary words would not have much of an effect. Of course, David was not sure about this. After all, he only had 2 divine books and did not have a complete grasp of the holy text. After half a day of experimentation, David's face was very pale. This was because he had consumed a lot of mind power. Through the eyes of the shadow attendant and the energy double, he looked at the face of his original body. He warned himself that he could not experiment like this again in the future. He had a lot of enemies, and he could not let himself be in a state of exhaustion. He needed to ensure his combat power at all times. David practiced the illusion method. 2 hours later, when he opened his eyes, his mind power had completely recovered and even increased a little. It was already afternoon. David rose into the air, summoned the shadow, pterosaur, and flew towards the planetary portal. The main city of Dunur was not affected much by the evil god's believers. Instead, because of the disappearance of the evil god's believers and Lord Arthur's increased influence, it attracted more people to come, especially the night of the temple banquet that would be held in 2 days. This was one of the biggest events in the great world of God in recent decades. Those nobles who did not receive the invitation also tried their best to come to Dunur just to see the legendary night of the temple banquet. It must be known that although the night of the temple banquet was not held publicly, Dunur was not closed. As long as one was in the main city of Dunur, one could see part of the grand occasion of the night of the temple banquet. The location of the night of the temple banquet was in the Lord's castle, but the level 5 night of the temple and other invited guests had to come through the planetary portal. This was a rare opportunity to see many level 5 night of the temple. Even as nobles, many of them had never seen the legendary level 5 night of the great world of God in their lives. Therefore, many days ago, all the hotels and inns in the main city of Dunur were booked by the crowd. Even many houses in the main city were rented at a high price. When David appeared from the planetary portal, what he saw was a sea of people in front of the portal. Greetings to the great Lord Arthur. The 2 groups of law enforcement knights guarding the planetary portal said loudly with a knight salute. As the voices of the 2 groups of knight sounded, the noise in front of the planetary portal disappeared in an instant. Whether ordinary people or nobles, they all bowed to salute. You did a good job. David bowed slightly and said in a deep voice, although there were many people in front of the planetary portal, it was not chaotic. This had something to do with the presence of the 2 groups of law enforcement knight. There was also the smell of mist in the air, which was the result of the continuous spraying of holy water. With the holy water and the 2 groups of knight, plus dozens of level 4 sky knights in the sky, it was estimated that no evil god believers would dare to enter Dunur. After being praised by David, the 2 groups of law enforcement knight were very excited. They heavily punched their chests, and the sound of their iron gloves colliding with their breastplates showed their mood at this time. Dunur welcomes all kind guests. David looked at the saluting crowd and said with a smile. After he finished speaking, he did not stay. The shadow pterosaur under him flashed and disappeared. After David left, the people near the planetary portal raised their heads and looked in the direction where David disappeared. Emotions such as excitement, worship, and envy rose. Now, Lord Arthur's reputation had risen again after killing the level 5 knight Cameron. There were already knights in the noble circle who listed him as the #1 knight. After the title of the #1 knight was proposed, it was immediately unanimously agreed by many level 5 knights. Chapter 884. Welcome, Master. Steward Dickens and Steward Geoffrey stood in front of the castle gate and bowed to David as he descended from the sky. How are the preparations? David waved his hand to get the two stewards to rise and asked as he walked into the castle. Steward Dickens and Steward Geoffrey now had an aura of power, which was very different from before. David didn't care about their changes. These two stewards were dependent on him, so their aura was only borrowed from him. Master, everything is ready. Only the red wine is waiting for you to prepare. Steward Dickens replied as he walked. The red wine is here. The heartwarming lotus seed soup and some other dishes are here. It's enough for this banquet, David said as he took out a space ring and handed it over. Ever since he had an energy clone, David could allocate a lot more time. Many of the grapes planted in planet Gammy had already ripened and were collected. In the past 20 days, the energy clone had started to brew large quantities of red wine. The energy clone had the Grandmaster cooking ability of the main body and was also a Grandmaster in brewing. With the addition of a small amount of undying life force, the red wine brewed by the energy clone was no different from the red wine brewed by the main body. The heartwarming lotus that was planted was also harvested. Due to the large increase in production, David was able to provide Lord Gould with a surplus of heartwarming lotus seed soup for him to use at the banquet. Because he had enough time, David used the energy clone to choose ingredients from planet Gammy to cook enough dishes. Steward Dickens carefully took the space ring. He understood the value of the space ring in his hand. It was filled with food personally made by Lord Arthur. Walking into the castle, David saw that there were many more decorations in the castle, especially a large number of flags and coats of arms. This made the Lord's castle completely unrelated to the Lytton family from before. From the small details, it showed how attentive Steward Dickens and Steward Geoffrey were. David didn't spend much effort on the decorations of the castle, but he knew that there were many castle decorations and works of art among the 20 or so top-notch nobles' compensation. The extra decorations in the Lord's castle, other than the original ones, were all compensation. Some of the works of art were stolen from the castle of Gammy Star. After that, the top nobles involved not only returned the works of art that were stolen, but also compensated with more works of art in order to appease David's anger. Therefore, the current decorations of the Duner City Lord's castle were comparable to those of the top nobles. At the very least, it wouldn't be rude to host a knight's banquet. David looked around as he walked, and a satisfied look appeared on his face. Seeing the satisfied look on their master's face, the two stewards also let out a long sigh of relief. They had spent a lot of effort on the layout of the castle. Of course, Steward Geoffrey contributed the most. Although Steward Dickens was the chief steward, he didn't have any experience in managing a top-notch noble's castle. Steward Geoffrey made up for this. Master, so far, a total of 43 followers of the evil god have been found on Duner Star, as well as some businesses related to the followers of the evil god. They have all been handed over to the Earth Shrines and the Just Shrines to deal with. The Shrines of the Earth Shrines and the Just Shrines have also been involved in cleaning up the followers of the evil god. Steward Dickens bowed and reported. Apart from the main city of Duner Star, the investigation of the other cities had already begun. There is a lot of information to be investigated. Fortunately, the 200 nobles of Duner Star had their own intelligence personnel. When faced with such a major event that concerned Duner Star, these nobles also took the initiative to participate in the search for the followers of the evil god. With the participation of these local tyrants, there were great results in a short period of time. David's killing of Bishop Cameron had a huge influence. Originally, there were still some people on Dunerstar who had fantasized about the Lytton family, imagining that the Lytton family would one day return to Dunerstar. All of this was shaken after Bishop Cameron was killed. Some people who didn't know who Bishop Cameron was also understood how powerful Lord Arthur was after the shrine spread the news. In the future, I will give you a batch of red wine and heartwarming lotus seed soup. In the future, if there are similar matters, you can directly send out a gift of thanks. David said with a nod. Yes, master. Steward Dickens replied with some excitement. With the red wine from Cami Star and the heartwarming lotus seed soup that could move a knight of the Fifth Temple, his influence as the chief steward would increase by a lot. Some time ago, Duke Bertram of the Red Bull bloodline that Dickens used to work for had personally come to visit him. That arrogant and irascible Duke had humbly expressed his apologies to Dickens and had even given him a generous gift. However, the current Dickens no longer cared about Duke Bertram's banishment back then. If Duke Bertram hadn't chased him out of the family back then, he wouldn't have had the chance to become Lord Arthur's chief steward and hold an astonishing amount of power. After accepting Duke Bertram's apology, Dickens became even more loyal to Lord Arthur. All of this was given to him by Lord Arthur. In the future, I will leave an energy doppelganger in this castle. The energy doppelganger will not participate in the family's affairs. Only when we encounter a strong enemy will the energy doppelganger take action. David thought for a while and said in a deep voice, Master, that's great. Steward Dickens and Steward Geoffrey looked at each other, their eyes full of surprise as they spoke in unison. If one were to ask what the current Dunerstar lacked, it would naturally be a rank 5 powerhouse who could oversee it. The current battle power of Dunerstar was very strong. Apart from Lord Arthur's 40 rank 4 Sky Knights, there were still more than 10 rank 4 Sky Knights that could be deployed. Coupled with a large number of rank 3 Earth Knights, the battle power of Dunerstar was already very strong compared to ordinary planets. The weak didn't dare to go against Dunerstar at all. No noble dared to offend Lord Arthur and cause trouble on Dunerstar. Those who dared to go against Lord Arthur were naturally rank 5 powerhouses at the very least. Dunerstar couldn't deal with such powerhouses at all. Just like Bishop Cameron, who had stirred up Dunerstar by himself. If not for the rank 4 Sky Knights reacting in time and forming a knight battle formation to protect themselves, not many rank 4 Sky Knights would have been able to survive. The lack of a rank 5 powerhouse on Dunerstar made the rank 5 powerhouses who wanted to cause trouble on Dunerstar hesitate. David smiled. He originally wanted to leave his energy doppelganger behind, but after discovering that his energy doppelganger could change its appearance at will, he had a new idea. Previously, when he didn't have an energy clone, even if he left an energy clone with the same appearance as him, it would still be discovered. However, now that David had an energy clone, no one would be able to tell if the energy clone he left behind was really his own energy clone. The reason why he didn't leave his energy clone behind was because his energy clone's battle power was too strong, and it would be more useful by his side. David settled down in the Lord's castle. As he settled down, Dunerstar's main city began to bustle with activity. The flag with the coat of arms that had been custom-made long ago began to be hung at every important location in the main city. Every street and every building in the main city was carefully cleaned and then decorated with decorations that would only be arranged for major festivals. The residents and tourists in this environment could feel the joy of the city. Although the official night temple reception had not yet begun, the atmosphere of joy had already begun in the city. It was still the same hall with the 12 statues, but the number of rank 5 bishops had increased to 8. Kingsley, Bunyan, and you, Jeffers, were you the ones who encouraged Bishop Cameron to assassinate Lord Arthur alone? Bishop Buford's eyes flashed coldly as he asked in a deep voice. Bishop Buford was also a believer of the God of Shadows, and was one of the 3 rank 5 bishops who also believed in the God of Shadows. Now that Bishop Cameron had fallen, there were only 2 rank 5 bishops left. Bishop Buford's anger was not only because the god of shadows' influence in the twilight of the gods had decreased, but also because of the loss of the divine weapon Dark Shadow. That was a divine weapon personally created by the god of shadows, and it had terrifying effects. Using the divine weapon Dark Shadow to activate the divine spell Shadow of Shadows was not only free of consumption compared to a rank 5 bishop using the divine spell Shadow of Shadows himself, but the effects were also incomparable. The divine spell Shadow of Shadows cast by a rank 5 bishop had a time limit in the shadow space, but the divine spell Shadow of Shadows that was solidified in the divine weapon Dark Shadow was personally created by the god of shadows himself. After using it, one could stay in the shadow space as long as one did not voluntarily withdraw from it. Now that the divine weapon Dark Shadow was lost, it was a huge loss to the God of Shadows faction. They had to get it back no matter what. Buford, Cameron isn't a child. We offered him enough benefits, and he only went there because he thought he could complete the assassination. What does this have to do with us? The voice of the 5th-rank Bishop of Kingsley sounded, his tone full of sarcasm. The death of Bishop Cameron, the strongest of the God of Shadows faction, made Bishop Kingsley less worried about the God of Shadows faction. Especially with the loss of the divine weapon Dark Shadow, the biggest threat to the God of Shadows faction was gone. One must know that in the twilight of the gods, the divine weapon Dark Shadow was also a terrifying divine weapon that was feared by many. Kingsley, let's see if your evil charm divine spell or my shadow divine spell is stronger. Bishop Buford's eyes flashed fiercely. The divine light in his hands flashed, and his figure began to fade as he prepared to enter the shadow space. That's enough. This is the twilight of the gods. An explosive voice sounded in the hall. It was Ironside's 5th-level bishop. Bishop Ironside believed in the god of fire and was also one of the top rank 5 bishops in the twilight of the gods. His combat power was extremely strong. Most importantly, the divine spells of the god of fire belonged to the basic rules of divine spells. It was one of the most powerful divine spells. Even in the ancient era of the gods, the god of fire was a powerful existence among the gods. When Bishop Ironside's voice sounded, a fiery red sound wave spread out and interrupted Bishop Buford, who was about to enter the shadow space. Cameron didn't die in vain. He personally proved the power of Lord Arthur. If you want to kill Lord Arthur, you have to set up a trap. You can't act alone. Bishop Ironside looked at the other rank 5 bishops and said in a deep voice, I request to mobilize all resources to deal with Lord Arthur. Bishop Buford requested. The Twilight of the Gods had many hidden channels. It was an evil organization that had existed for tens of thousands of years. It had infiltrated all over the great world of God. These partners formed through coercion and bribery were either in the hands of the Twilight of the Gods or in the hands of certain rank 5 bishops. Most of these resources wouldn't be used on normal days. They were hidden and would only be activated when necessary. Bishop Buford's request was to mobilize all available resources to deal with Lord Arthur in a more effective way. Lord Arthur's existence is a threat to the Twilight of the Gods. I agree to mobilize all available resources. Bishop Ironside was the first to agree. The other rank 5 lords all agreed. They also knew how terrifying Lord Arthur was. The most terrifying thing about Lord Arthur was his future growth potential. Now that Lord Arthur could kill Bishop Cameron, with the lifespan of a rank 5 Temple Knight in the great world of God, Lord Arthur still had hundreds of years to grow. Now that the Twilight of the Gods had already lost 2 rank 5 bishops to him, if the Twilight of the Gods didn't react and gave Lord Arthur more time to grow, they wouldn't be able to threaten Lord Arthur even if they worked together. Originally, they only wanted to use the information of the Lytton family to set up a trap. Now that the rank 5 bishops were worried, they decided to mobilize all resources at all costs. In the Basilica, the discussion ended. Bishop Buford glared fiercely at Bishop Kingsley, Bishop Bunyan, and Bishop Jeffers. He was thinking about revenge in his heart. The 3 rank 5 bishops also knew what Bishop Buford was thinking. The 3 of them exchanged glances and formed an alliance in a short time. Bishop Ironside and the other rank 5 bishops saw the confrontation between the two sides. Some of them were gloating, some ignored, some were interested, and some wanted to take advantage of the situation. They didn't mediate between the two sides. There was no real unity within the twilight of the gods. They just gathered together to keep each other warm. When there was a common enemy, they could work together, but they were wary of each other. Every grade, 5 bishop here was a ruthless person. In the process of their growth, they had gone through countless schemes and plotted against many opponents to get to where they were today. Of course, the most important thing was that the actions of these rank 5 bishops were influenced to a certain extent by the god they believed in. This made their personalities extremely chaotic. Chapter 885. It was just past noon on Dooner Planet. On the streets of the main city, every windowsill and even some rooftops were filled with people. In addition to the residents, there were also nobles who had rushed over from various planets. Perhaps there were also commoners, but their numbers were far fewer than the nobles. In the end, it was free for the nobles to pass through the planet-level portal. Among the commoners, apart from the rich merchants, ordinary commoners could not afford the teleportation fee. There were even many planet-level portals that were not open to commoners. They were only open to the nobles or related members of the noble families. The great world of God existed to serve the nobles. Commoners had no power in this world. A long horn sounded, and 40 sky knights on various flying mounts flew out of the Lord's castle. They were wearing grade 4 knight armor. Instead of weapons in their hands, they held the shadow, leopard emblem flag. The 40 grade 4 sky knights flew in the sky. Every time they flew a certain distance in the sky, 2 sky knights would stop and stand on the left and right. Soon, there was a passage in the sky from the Lord's castle to the planetary level portal, guarded by 40 level 4 sky knights. It could be seen that none of the guests would travel on the ground today. This was also a feature of the Temple Knights banquet. The energy supply of the planet-level portal was increased, and a special amplification array was activated, causing the portal to be several times larger than before. Butler Dickens stood in front of the planet-level portal. In front of him was an alchemy loudspeaker. This alchemy loudspeaker was connected to dozens of loudspeakers in the main city, allowing his announcement to spread throughout the main city. This was, of course, David's handiwork. After seeing so many tourists entering the main city of Dooner, as the host, he naturally had to do something. In the end, the prosperity of Dooner Planet was also beneficial to him. In 2 days, he used Grandmaster Alchemy to make some alchemy items and alchemy arrays. This loudspeaker was one of them. David did not directly use the Interstellar Federation's loudspeaker. Although that would be simpler, he still had to consider the impact. He had used a lot of Interstellar Federation's technology on Planet Gammy, because there were no people from the Great World of God on Planet Gammy, so it would not affect the Great World of God. However, things were different in the Dooner main city. There were too many tourists here, and a large number of people from other parts of the world would enter. Once the items from the Interstellar Federation were used, some people would be unhappy. Although David was not afraid of some people's dissatisfaction, he also wanted to avoid trouble, especially from the attitude of the shrines. From noon onwards, no one was allowed to use the planet-level portal except for those with invitations. While everyone was waiting, the 44th ranked Sky Knights in the sky each took out an array and activated it. The energy shields emitted by the alchemy arrays of the 2 Sky Knights on the left and right connected with each other, forming a cylindrical passage. The cylindrical passages formed by the alchemy arrays of all the Sky Knights connected with each other, forming a substantial passage made of energy in the sky. This energy passage emitting white light was very eye-catching, even during the day. Cries of surprise echoed throughout the main city. No one had thought that Lord Arthur would be so generous. The nobles who had some understanding of alchemy understood that this array was specially designed for this Temple Knight reception. This required a higher level of alchemy. In the great world of God, there was a shortage of Grandmaster alchemists. Constructing this kind of special array required a terrifying amount of financial resources, material resources, and manpower. Naturally, no one in the main city would have thought that these arrays had been casually made by Lord Arthur. The planet-level teleportation gate emitted a light, indicating that someone was using the teleportation gate. The people near the planet-level teleportation gate opened their eyes wide, waiting for the rare occasion to officially start. A knight next to Dickens softly informed him of the news from the staff of the teleportation gate. The lord of the great first-rate Maine family, 5th-ranked Temple Knight Gould, has arrived, Dickens loudly announced. Following his announcement, a ray of light was projected from the lord's castle, projecting the Maine family's coat of arms in the Maine city sky. The planet-level teleportation gate flickered with light, and a huge overlord carriage guarded by 30 fully armed 4th-ranked Sky Knights appeared. The carriage was pulled by 12 winged, transcendent life forms, Pegasi. The 30-level 4 Sky Knight bodyguards were all using the same flying mount, which was much better than the 40-level 4 Sky Knights on David's side, who all had different flying mounts. But everyone knew the speed of Lord Arthur's development. Being able to send out 40 Sky Knights to welcome him was beyond many people's expectations. Lord Gould sat in the alchemy carriage. He looked through the window at the white light in the sky, as well as the white dragon coat of arms that occupied most of the sky above the main city. A smile appeared on his face. After seeing Lord Gould's alchemy carriage appear, everyone in the main city bowed in salute. This was respect for a powerful existence. White Dragon Bloodline, Knight Charlie has arrived. Just when everyone thought that they would have to wait for a second invitee to arrive, Dickens continued to announce. A luxurious alchemy carriage passed through the planet-level teleportation gate. 2 Pegasi pulled the alchemy carriage to follow Lord Gould's team. Almost all the nobles on the ground showed envious expressions. The 2 announcements meant that this night Charlie had received an invitation and had not come with Lord Gould. To have a special invitation at a banquet of this level meant that Knight Charlie had a very good relationship with Lord Arthur. When Lord Gould's team entered the planet-level teleportation gate from the sky, the nobles on the ground raised their heads again and saluted Lord Gould's alchemy carriage. The arrival of Lord Gould was like the beginning of a new era. More and more level 5 holy knights arrived, and the emblems projected in the sky changed with each announcement by Dickens. Every name mentioned by Dickens had a huge influence in the great world of God. Normally, it would be difficult to see even one of them, but today they all saw them. Of course, everyone only saw the carriage of a level 5 Temple Knight, and did not see the true appearance of the level 5 Temple Knight. But this was already very impressive, especially with the escort team composed entirely of level 4 Sky Knight. Almost all level 5 Temple Knights brought at least 10 level 4 Sky Knight escorts. Naturally, these escorts were not really there to protect the Knights of the Temple, but a kind of honor, showing the strength and background of each Temple Knight. In fact, what everyone watching on the ground in the main city did not know was that this Temple Knight banquet had created a miracle. All the Temple Knights who came in their original bodies. There were many reasons why they came in their original bodies, but the main reason was because of Lord Arthur's strength. After killing Bishop Cameron alone, Lord Arthur's strength had long been deeply ingrained in the hearts of the nobles. At least when it was widely spread in the circle of nobles that Lord Arthur was the first knight, although there were knights who did not stand out to support him. Not a single level 5 Temple Knight jumped out to oppose him. From this point, it could be seen that the circle of level 5 Temple Knights recognized Lord Arthur's strength. The great world of God's respect for the strong, coupled with Lord Arthur's vengeful nature, made the invited Temple Knights come in their original bodies. Even if there were some level 5 Temple Knights who did not intend to come in their original bodies, after hearing about the plans of the other level 5 Temple Knights, they all changed their minds. In particular, when it came to safety, there was no need to worry about safety when they came in their original bodies. This was Lord Arthur's territory. Even Bishop Cameron, who was chased by the 5 shrines for 1,000 years, was killed by Lord Arthur after he killed someone on Dunur. It could be said that there was no place safer than Dunur in the great world of God, except for the shrines. In addition, with so many level 5 temple knights gathered together, who would have the ability to cause trouble here? There was another reason for the level 5 temple knights to come in their original bodies, and that was that the banquet's food was all personally prepared by Lord Arthur. In the circle of nobles, it was said that Lord Arthur's cooking level had reached the peak of the cooking grandmaster level, even surpassing any cooking grandmaster in the great world of God. Moreover, Lord Arthur's dishes had miraculous effects, not to mention the heartwarming lotus seed soup and the world's best red wine. Some nobles calculated in their hearts. More than half of the level 5 temple knights of the great world of God had come. This banquet was no longer a banquet of a few decades, but at least 100 years. War shrines, Bishop McKinley, Heaviside, and Annabelle Knight have arrived. Knowledge shrines, Emerson, and knowledge shrines have arrived. Wealth shrines, Carlton, and wealth shrines have arrived. Earth shrines, Bolin and Horace, and earth shrines have arrived. Justice shrines, Evans and Hawthorne, and fairness shrines have arrived. The people watching the banquet from the ground were stunned. The 5 shrines rarely participated in worldly affairs, but they had sent so many important figures to attend this banquet. David was wearing a simple gray robe. Ever since he learned that the shrines had publicly announced that he had killed Bishop Cameron, he no longer wanted to hide the divine artifact Dark Shadow. In such an important occasion, he had to wear the finest ceremonial robe in the great world of God. David smiled and bowed. Lord Gould, welcome. Lord Arthur, congratulations. Lord Gould did not act like an elder in a formal occasion, and he also used honorifics. However, Lord Gould's gaze was always on the divine artifact Dark Shadow on David's body. It was no secret that Bishop Cameron had the divine artifact Dark Shadow. Lord Gould saw Lord Arthur standing in front of him, filled with an aura of darkness and evil. Lord Gould did not think that this was because Lord Arthur believed in an evil god. Even if Lord Arthur did believe in an evil god, he would not show it in public. There was only one possibility. Lord Arthur's seemingly ordinary gray robe was the legendary divine artifact Dark Shadow. Is this the Dark Shadow? Lord Gould asked softly. You have a good eye. David replied with a smile. Since he was wearing it, there was no need to hide it, especially since the person asking was Lord Gould. Lord Gould resisted the urge to touch it, but he did not. Instead, a hand reached out from behind and grabbed the divine artifact Dark Shadow. Is this thing really a divine artifact? The only person who had not been killed by Lord Gould and Lord Arthur after grabbing the divine artifact Dark Shadow in such an occasion was naturally Knight Charlie. He curiously felt the texture of the divine artifact Dark Shadow, but with his strength, he could not feel anything special. Charlie, don't be rude. Lord Gould shouted softly. He had already seen the other level 5 Temple Knight not far behind him. I'll lend it to you later when I have time, David said with a smile. The divine artifact Dark Shadow had recognized him as its master. As long as he was within a range of 5,000 meters, he could retrieve the divine artifact Dark Shadow with just a thought, so he did not mind lending it to Charlie. Then it's a deal, Charlie said with excitement on his face. Lord Arthur, let's go in first. Lord Gould showed a rare look of envy. His 4 good friends who were like brothers had died in battle, and he could no longer find such a friendship. There were too many important guests today. David nodded to Butler Geoffrey to lead Lord Gould in, and he needed to welcome the next guest. One by one, level 5 Temple Knight after another arrived. The huge hall of the Lord's castle seemed a little small at this time. In the sky next to the Lord's castle, all the level 5 Temple Knights, ceremonial guards, and alchemy carriages were parked above, bringing a different scenery to the main city. Congratulations, Lord Arthur, Bishop McKinley said with a smile. Bishop McKinley was the last to receive David's invitation. However, this was not because David had forgotten him, but because Bishop McKinley was only a level 4 shrines. Bishop McKinley was also a member of the War Shrines, so it was not pleasant for him to participate in this kind of gathering. However, after the Battle of the Gods, Bishop McKinley had received the blessings of the gods and was fortunate enough to be promoted to level 5. Of course, this had something to do with Bishop McKinley himself being a peak level 4 priest. With the blessings of the gods and his previous accumulation, he had leapt over the threshold that blocked many geniuses. After becoming a level 5 priest, Bishop McKinley's position in the war shrines rose by a lot, and he became one of the strongest contenders for the position of Archbishop in the future. Bishop McKinley, I also want to congratulate you. David smiled in return. If it were not for the fact that a level 5 priest did not need to hold a banquet, Bishop McKinley would also have to hold such a celebration after reaching level 5. David was truly happy for his good friend Bishop McKinley's promotion, and the two looked at each other and laughed. Chapter 886. Thank you all for coming. Your arrival has added a different kind of brilliance to dinner. As the host, David came to the center of the hall after all the invited guests had arrived and was ready to give a speech. Halfway through his speech, his expression suddenly changed. This was because there were 2 teleportation requests from the planetary level portal. They were from Archbishop Barney of the Earth Shrines and Archbishop Julian of the Just Shrines. In the great world of God, perhaps the most powerful person in the secular world was a level 5 knight, but the ones who truly controlled the world were the shrines, and the archbishops were the masters of the shrines. Therefore, it could also be said that the 5 archbishops were the true rulers of the great world of God. David never thought that the archbishops would come in person. He knew that the archbishops would not participate in this kind of banquet. Everyone, I'm really sorry. I have to go outside the castle to welcome the great Archbishop Barney and Archbishop Julian. David stopped his speech and said with a bow, Lord Arthur, we will come out with you to welcome them. Gould was taken aback, but he quickly nodded to the dozens of overlords beside him and said, All right, let's go. The we that Lord Gould was talking about was this loose alliance that had yet to have a name. Please allow me to come out with you to welcome them. The other knight of the temple bowed and said, Needless to say, the priests of the 5 shrines had to come out to welcome them, regardless of whether they were the archbishops of their own shrines or not. Therefore, when David walked out of the castle, all the guests who came to attend the banquet stood outside the castle with him. The great Archbishop Barney has arrived. The great Archbishop Julian has arrived. Just now, because the banquet had officially begun, the tourists who came to watch the ceremony in the main city thought that they could rest. Some of the tourists were preparing to look around the main city, while others planned to leave after the portal opened. But after hearing the announcement, everyone in every corner of the city knelt on the ground. Regardless of whether they believed in the God of Earth and the God of Justice, or whether they were believers, they all greeted the 2 archbishops with the most respectful etiquette in the great world of God. After the planetary teleportation gate flashed twice, 2 figures covered in white light appeared. It was naturally impossible for the 2 archbishops to come over in their true forms. Their 2 spiritual avatars were augmented with divine spells, and they looked like 2 balls of scorching light in the eyes of the crowd. At the same time, a warm aura spread throughout Dunair City. Everyone could feel the calmness that came from the depths of their souls. David did not find it strange that the 2 archbishops used divine spells the moment they appeared to show the greatness of God. In order to protect their faith, shrines did this on a daily basis. In fact, the more powerful a knight was, the less faith he would have. This was because a powerful knight would come into contact with the truth of power. He would clearly realize that the gods were nothing more than beings who had mastered greater power. Although the power of the gods was still not something a powerful knight could compare with. As long as such thoughts existed, the faith would not be simple. This was also the reason why Lord Gould and the other 4 lords risked their lives to slay the gods. They wanted to break through the shackles of level 5 and become a godlike existence. Even if there was only a glimmer of hope, a powerful knight would not hesitate to give up his life. Some of the people kneeling on the ground had already begun to recite the scriptures. After the 2 archbishops appeared, a peaceful atmosphere enveloped the entire city. Welcome, great Archbishop Barney, Great Archbishop Julian. When the two archbishops flew to the castle, David bowed and greeted them. The rest of the guests around David also bowed in unison to express their respect. The two archbishops landed in front of David. Although David bowed, he could clearly see the two archbishops through a shadow attendant and his own perception. This was the first time David had seen a doppelganger of the mind, a doppelganger formed purely by the mind. His mind was extremely strong, and he had always thought that his total amount of mind was very strong. However, when he saw the doppelganger of the two archbishops, he felt that there was always someone better than him. The mind in the doppelganger of the two archbishops was completely composed of mind that exceeded the standard of level 5. David did not know if this was the mind that the archbishops had cultivated through secret methods or if it was a gift from God. However, the mind of the two archbishops was only slightly weaker than that of the god of plagues, Gladstone, whom he had seen before. David even had a feeling that it was very likely that the strength of the two archbishops was above level 5. Lord Arthur, on behalf of the Earth Shrines, I congratulate you on your promotion to a Knight of the Temple. This is my gift, Archbishop Barney said with a smile. After he finished speaking, he waved his hand, and a pale golden cup appeared and slowly landed in front of David. On behalf of the Shrines of Justice, I congratulate you on your promotion to a Knight of the Temple. This is my gift, Archbishop Julian said. Archbishop Julian also waved his hand, and a cup of water that looked almost the same appeared. It was placed side by side with another cup in front of David. Thank you for your generous gift, Archbishops. Please come in. David held the two cups with both hands and bowed in invitation. We can't leave the shrines for too long, so we won't be going in, Archbishop Barney said with a smile. See you at the shrines when you have time. Archbishop Julian continued. After the two archbishops finished speaking, they did not wait for David's reply and disappeared in a flash. A few seconds later, David received a message from the planet-level portal that the two archbishops had left. David let out a long sigh of relief. If he had known that the two archbishops would come, he would not have worn the divine weapon Dark Shadow on him. Although the divine weapon Dark Shadow had been repeatedly confirmed by him, and the shrines acknowledged that he was in possession of it, it was not a good thing to wear the evil god's divine weapon and meet the shrine's archbishops. Fortunately, the two archbishops had a good impression of him and had even sent him a gift. As for keeping the two archbishops, it was almost impossible, not to mention the presence of the two archbishops. Even if they were all level 5 powerhouses, they would still feel uncomfortable. Not to mention, it was unheard of for the two archbishops to leave the shrines for a long time. After becoming an archbishop, both the main body and the spiritual avatar had to stay in the shrines and wait for the god's call at any time. David looked at the two cups in his hands with the sigil of earth and the sigil of justice. He was very familiar with the water inside. It was holy water. When he was in the Interstellar Federation, he had obtained the holy water of eternity from the world of God's intelligence. It was concocted using holy water. In some aspects, holy water was stronger than the holy water of eternity. Due to the threat of the evil god's followers, the Dunar Star had requested a large amount of holy water from several major shrines. However, this did not mean that holy water was not precious. On the contrary, holy water was very precious. The shrine's production of holy water was fixed, and the shrines had to consume a portion of it themselves. For example, the great world of God's intelligence organization and the Interstellar Federation also had to take a portion of the holy water. The various shrine sub-shrines had to keep some holy water in case of emergency. There's also a portion that had to be distributed, so the amount of holy water that could be freely distributed was not much. David had a good relationship with the shrines, so he was able to obtain a large amount of holy water. Bishop Bolin walked up to David and explained, Lord Arthur, this is the Holy Grail. It can produce a cup of holy water every day. David had already guessed the function of the Holy Grail when he saw the holy water inside it. He nodded when he heard Bishop Bolin's words. Lord Arthur, it seems that the two archbishops value you very much, Lord Gould said softly. Although there were many holy grails in the various shrines, it was still a holy item that could produce holy water. It was extremely rare for the two archbishops to give it away. In fact, the two archbishops had come to strengthen their relationship with David. Archbishop Julian had sacrificed the body of Archbishop Cameron, and Archbishop Barney had sacrificed the evil items inside the human skin portal bag. The two archbishops had obtained unexpected benefits from the sacrifice. The god of earth and the god of justice were very fond of their sacrifice. This made the two archbishops value Lord Arthur even more. After all, Lord Arthur had killed two fifth-level bishops in a short period of time. There were records of fifth-level bishops being killed in the great world of God, and could be traced back to hundreds of years ago. That was why the two archbishops had personally come over to give him gifts. Even if the two archbishops did not give him anything and just showed their faces, it would still bring great benefits to David, let alone the precious Holy Grail that they had given him. From the actions of the two archbishops, one could see the attitude of the shrines towards Lord Arthur. At least, it was the attitude of the shrines of earth and the shrines of justice towards Lord Arthur. After returning to the hall, the atmosphere in the hall was even more lively. All the guests' attitudes towards David were even more important. After David finished his speech, a fourth-level Sky Knight servant served red wine. There were a total of 12 fourth-level Sky Knights. They had been brought over by David from the Gammy Star. These 12 fourth-level Sky Knights did not have flying mounts and were now reduced to servants. The guests who held the red wine in their hands were in an even better mood. It was the number one red wine in the great world of God. Regardless of whether they had tasted it or not, they were all extremely excited. The 12 fourth-level Sky Knights came to the long table at the side of the hall where food was placed. They took out plates of dishes from their space rings. Immediately, the entire hall was filled with the aroma of food. Lord Arthur, you should hold more banquets. We can only use these banquets as an opportunity to taste your amazing cooking, Lord Gould said with a smile as he took a bite of the food on his plate. His words gained the support of all the fifth-level powerhouses present, and they all nodded in agreement. In the future, my energy avatar will be stationed in the main city of Donair. You're all welcome to be guests. David replied with a smile. David did not mind cooking some dishes. No matter which energy avatar it was, as long as he controlled it, it could cook exceptional food. Then it's a deal, a fifth-level knight said. Laughter rang out in the hall. The Knight Temple of Gould's Alliance were especially happy. Although David had invited all fifth-level Knight Temples, they knew in their hearts that if they did not have a certain level of friendship, they would not visit unless there was an important matter. Coming to visit Lord Arthur meant that they had established a deep friendship with Lord Arthur. Once this friendship was established, in addition to the corresponding benefits, they also had to consider the possible troubles. Lord Arthur's enemies were the Lytton family and the Mather family. The Lytton family had been suppressed many times by the shrines and had long been weakened. Only two fifth-level Knight Temples were barely holding on. Lord Amos of the Mather family had now disappeared without a trace. No one could find him, and everyone knew that he was hiding from Lord Arthur. These were all small troubles for Lord Arthur. The real trouble was the twilight of the gods. The fifth-level Knight Temples could become friends with David, but if they wanted to form a closer relationship, they had to consider that once Lord Arthur asked for help, they would have to deal with the twilight of the gods. Lord Gould smiled at the attitude of the fifth-level Knight Temples in the hall. Their attitude of wanting to get close but not wanting to get too close made him want to laugh. No one here knew Lord Arthur better than Gould. Lord Gould had never seen Lord Arthur ask for help. Even in the face of a powerful enemy, when Lord Gould offered to help, Lord Arthur would not accept. Just like that, Lord Arthur had been killing all the enemies he encountered, and his own strength had soared. Now, Lord Arthur did not need anyone's help. He had the ability to deal with any enemy. David was the busiest person in the banquet. He communicated with every guest and acted as a host. Steward Dickens directed the fourth-level Sky Knight's servants to constantly replenish food, his heart filled with pride and helplessness. Lord Arthur had prepared a large amount of food for the banquet. This was foresight. Apart from Charlie, the rest of the people in the hall were all fifth-level powerhouses. The appetite of a fifth-level powerhouse was simply immeasurable. As long as they wanted to eat, their powerful constitution gave them an unparalleled digestive ability. This also allowed the 12 fourth-level Sky Knights to constantly replenish their food and wine. Fortunately, there were sufficient reserves in the space ring, so Steward Dickens was not too worried. Lord Gould was also very busy. Taking advantage of this opportunity to communicate with many knights and lords, he used his relationship with Lord Arthur to contact every knight who had an influence on the election. Due to the appearance of the two archbishops, Lord Arthur's position suddenly rose by a level. This also allowed Lord Gould's negotiations to go more smoothly. Some Knight of the Temple who used to be on both sides of the table had already changed their stance to support Lord Gould. What made Lord Gould even happier was that a few more Knight of the Temple had joined his alliance, increasing the alliance's influence. When the heartwarming lotus seed soup was delivered, the atmosphere in the hall reached a climax. Thank you for Lord Arthur's generosity. A fifth-level Temple Knight couldn't help but loudly express his gratitude when he received the heartwarming lotus seed soup from the fourth-level Sky Knight servants. A fifth-level Knight of the Temple who had never tasted the heartwarming lotus seed soup would never be able to imagine how important it was to a Knight of the Temple. Chapter 887. Arthur, I have to thank you this time. In the corner of the banquet hall, Lord Gould said softly to David with a smile. When the two of them were together, the level 5 knight beside them deliberately stepped aside to give them space to communicate. That was why Lord Gould spoke casually, and this casual way of speaking also deepened their feelings. Of course, Lord Gould had to thank him. After more than half of the banquet, he could almost sit firmly in the position of the chairman of the Supreme Council. Many of the top nobles who came to the banquet this time had already made clear promises. Although Lord Gould had also paid a price for this, he had gained even more. David knew what Lord Gould meant. It was not easy to say in the hall, so he replied with a smile, Lord Gould, this is your ability that has been affirmed by everyone. I congratulate you in advance. Lord Gould was now waiting for the Supreme Council to convene. As long as nothing too big happened during this period, the main family would replace the Lytton family's original position. At that time, David would also benefit from this. At least, Lord Gould would take care of him a lot. I hope so. Those few have been very active recently. Although Lord Gould said this, his eyes were full of confidence. The top nobles who had tasted the heartwarming lotus seed soup through this banquet naturally would not let go of the only way to get the heartwarming lotus seed soup other than from Lord Arthur. It must be known that Lord Arthur was not so easy to meet, but Lord Gould could obtain the heartwarming lotus seed soup through cooperation, trading, and other means. Lord Gould held the agency rights of the heartwarming lotus seed soup. No matter how the other competitors jumped, they could not compete with the heartwarming lotus seed soup of the same level as the heartwarming lotus seed soup. Even if there was a heavenly treasure of this level, it would at most be enough for a fifth-level Temple Knight to use. How could it appear in large quantities like the heartwarming lotus seed soup? David glanced at Knight Charlie, who was standing a few meters away, and said to Lord Gould with a smile, Let's stop chatting. I'm going to change my clothes. Charlie has been watching me. David had promised Charlie Knight that he would show him the divine weapon Dark Shadow. Now, he was being targeted by Charlie Knight. Lord Gould glared at Charlie Knight, but he didn't intend to ask how the young people got along with each other. David changed his clothes very quickly. At the corner of the hall, his spirit entered the space pendant, and he changed into a luxurious noble robe. He threw the divine artifact Dark Shadow to Charlie Knight, who had been waiting for a long time. Charlie Knight excitedly caught it. I'll just watch from here. I'll be done in a while. Knight Charlie also knew what was important. He took the divine artifact Dark Shadow and put it on. He knew how precious the divine artifact Dark Shadow was. David was already a good friend to let him see it. The fifth-ranked Temple Knights had long since noticed what was happening here, and they naturally recognized the divine tool Dark Shadow on David's body. At this time, seeing Lord Arthur lending the divine artifact Dark Shadow to Charlie Knight, the fifth-level Temple Knight couldn't help but sigh. With their status and strength, if they had a divine artifact in hand, it was impossible for them to leave their side, let alone lend it to others. No matter how good their friends were, it was impossible. Only between the young people, there was still this kind of pure friendship. While sighing, they were also envious. "Do you want to try the effect of invisibility?" David asked with a smile. "Can I really?" Knight Charlie's eyes lit up. David and Knight Charlie both laughed. They thought of the previous flight exoskeleton armor. The last time Charlie Knight was interested in David's equipment, it was a flight exoskeleton armor. David gave Charlie Knight a flight exoskeleton armor at that time, which made Charlie Knight excited for a long time. David's mind moved, and Knight Charlie, who was in the shadow of the corner, disappeared instantly. Knight Charlie found himself in a strange space. He could see everything around him, but it seemed that he was separated by something. The fifth-level Temple Knight in the hall felt completely different. The divine artifact Dark Shadow was very famous, but very few people had really seen its function. They only heard that the divine artifact Dark Shadow had the ability to become invisible. But when they saw that Knight Charlie was really invisible, they were extremely shocked. Because in their perception, Knight Charlie had completely disappeared. A fifth-level Temple Knight unconsciously moved closer to this side, exuding spirit and weak bloodline power to detect the figure of Knight Charlie. But it was in vain. Knight Charlie also discovered this. Many fifth-level Temple Knight glanced at his position, but they didn't stop at him. They didn't find his existence. Knight Charlie was also shocked. He quickly took 2 steps forward. As he moved, he left the shadow of the corner, and his figure suddenly appeared. "Arthur, keep this well." Only then did Knight Charlie understand the terror of the divine weapon Dark Shadow. It had an effect that even a level 5 Holy Knight could not detect. If he wore this divine weapon on his body, he would not be able to afford it. David smiled and put away the divine artifact Dark Shadow. He didn't intend to hide the effect of the divine artifact Dark Shadow. In fact, for a long time, his enemies would only be the 5th-level bishop of the Twilight of the Gods. Among the nobles, there was only the Mather family and the Lytton family. With his current strength, he didn't need the help of the divine artifact Dark Shadow at all. As long as he found the 5th-level Temple Knight, he could easily kill them. "Lord Arthur, can I talk to you in private?" At the end of the banquet, Lord Felix of the Jenner family came to David's side and looked around softly. At this time, some of the Temple Knight had already left. David had just sent Lord Gould away and had just returned to the hall. At this time, there were only a few Temple Knight left in the hall, and they were all ready to leave. "Of course, please come with me to the hall." David paused for a moment and nodded to Steward Deckens on the side. He signaled for Steward Deckens to help send the guests off. The Jenner family had participated in the invasion of Gammy Planet and the ambush of David's starship. However, the Jenner family had given David the largest amount of compensation after the incident, and David had received a warning from the shrines, so the conflict between David and the Jenner family had been resolved. The Jenner family had also taken the initiative to participate in this banquet. For this reason, the Jenner family had invited many 5th-level Temple Knight to intercede for them, and had paid a lot of favors. "Please have a seat." After arriving at the hall, David made an inviting gesture and both sides sat down. A 4th-level Sky Knight servant served drinks. Lord Felix looked at the 4th-level Sky Knight servant and nodded in thanks without saying anything. David naturally understood what Lord Felix meant. He waved at the 4th-level Sky Knight servant, and the 4th-level Sky Knight servant bowed and left the hall. "Lord Arthur, I observed that the Mather family did not participate in this banquet. I have a piece of information here about Lord Amos." Lord Felix activated his bloodline power and transmitted his voice. This kind of thing could not be made public. No matter what, the Jenner family and the Mather family used to be allies. If this kind of betrayal was made known to others, it would affect the Jenner family. "Lord Felix, the Mather family attacked my villa and killed my friends. The hatred has not been resolved. I need to know about Lord Amos. David said in a deep voice. If classified according to the level of hatred, the Mather family could even be ranked higher than the Lytton family. The Lytton family's actions did not cause any substantial losses to him. Instead, they gave him a lot of benefits. However, the Mather family was different. The Mather family's actions caused David to lose the only knight in the Luce family, as well as a few important stewards. Perhaps to the current Luce family, there were hundreds and thousands of knights on Duner alone. However, these knights had not been trained to be loyal, so they could not be considered knights of the Luce family. Although Knight Andrew's strength was very low, he still protected the Luce family during their most difficult times. Even if the Luce family could not even guarantee his training resources, he still did not abandon them. Knight Andrew's death caused a ball of anger to burn in David's heart. This ball of anger could only be extinguished by the blood of Lord Amos. According to our intelligence, Lord Amos has recently appeared on planet Kello. The details are here. Lord Felix said as he handed over a piece of parchment. "Thank you very much for your help." David bowed and thanked him. He then took the parchment. Lord Felix was overjoyed. Lord Arthur was now at the peak of his power. Although the title of the First Knight was rarely acknowledged by the Knights of the Holy Cathedral in public, the title of the First Knight was acknowledged in the hearts of all the Knights of the Holy Cathedral. Not to mention, Lord Gould, who had a close relationship with Lord Arthur, was very likely to become the new chairman of the Supreme Council. This was something that all the Knights of the Holy Cathedral who attended the Knights' banquet could see clearly. Under the circumstances where Lord Gould had a relatively large number of votes, the other neutral top nobles would also consider voting for Lord Gould. Lord Felix was not willing to just resolve his conflict with Lord Arthur. What he needed was to become friends with Lord Arthur, which was very important to the Jenner family. As for investigating the Mather family, the Jenner family had an innate advantage. After all, they were allies, and each family had some people in the open or in the dark. Lord Felix had been secretly ordering the intelligence personnel hidden in the Mather family to obtain clues about Lord Amos of the Mather family at all costs. Finally, some time ago, he had bribed an important steward of the Mather family and obtained the latest information. The information on Planet Kello is complicated. Although this information was leaked from the Mather family, please pay more attention. Lord Felix cautioned carefully. David knew about Planet Kello. The situation there was very complicated. It was also one of the few places where the shrines did not care about the existence of evil god believers. In particular, Planet Kello had many satellites, and each satellite had been modified into an environment suitable for human survival. This made the environment of Planet Kello even more complicated and powerful. It was indeed strange that Lord Amos of the Mather family would go there. "Thank you. I hope to cooperate with you in all aspects in the future." David thanked him with a smile. David's words meant that he had accepted Lord Felix. Of course, Lord Felix did not expect to gain Lord Arthur's friendship with just a piece of information. After being accepted by Lord Arthur, the friendship could be slowly cultivated. After sending Lord Felix off, David opened the parchment in his hand and read the contents. It could only be said that the Jenner family's intelligence network was very powerful. The Mather family had a property on planet Kello a few hundred years ago. Recently, a steward of the Mather family in charge of resources had been asked to send some resources to the property on planet Kello. The resources sent were not ordinary resources, but the resources of a fifth-level knight of the top nobles. The other fifth-level knight of the Mather family, Gerald, had been killed by David long ago, leaving only Lord Amos, a fifth-level knight. Based on this, the Jenner family's intelligence personnel analyzed and concluded that Lord Amos was on planet Kello. David smiled and shook his head. The top nobles were really scary. They placed intelligence personnel in each other's places, and even their allies were the same. However, on second thought, it was the same for planet Duner. It was hard to say how many intelligence personnel there were. It was impossible for all territories to be like planet Gammy, which was completely managed by artificial intelligence systems and robots. As long as there were people, they could be infiltrated. Fortunately, David's secrets were all on himself. The other important secrets were on Planet Gammy. Planet Duner was only the foundation for him to establish himself as a top noble. The banquet was over, and there was no need for him to deal with the aftermath. He summoned an energy doppelganger. Of course, it was not his own, but the doppelganger of another 5th-level knight. The doppelganger's face changed into Lord Arthur's. This doppelganger would stay in the Lord's castle. When there was a threat from at least a 5th-level powerhouse, this doppelganger could buy him some time and let him know what was going on immediately. David summoned the Shadow Pterosaur. The Shadow Pterosaur activated its invisibility talent and used instantaneous movement to go to the planet-level portal. With the doppelganger here, there was no need to explain to Butler Dickens. He could talk to Butler Dickens through the doppelganger at any time. At the planet-level portal, David used his privilege as a member of the Supreme Council to hide his teleportation information. He was going to investigate secretly, but he did not want Planet Kello to know about it before he arrived. David entered the planet-level portal in an invisible state, and when he reappeared, he was already in front of another planet-level portal. The 8 satellites in the sky were clearly visible, and David knew that this was Planet Kello, the chaotic planet. At this time, it was already late, and the strange flickering of the planet-level portal did not attract the attention of the portal staff. Or rather, the staff here were too lazy to observe the situation of the planet-level portal. Chapter 888. David stopped in the sky above the main city of Orlieu and found a map of planet Orlieu. The Mather family's property on planet Orlieu was a manor. It wasn't far from the main city. David patted the Shadow Pterosaur under him. The Shadow Pterosaur activated instantaneous movement again and flew out of the main city. Soon, he saw the manor and the castle inside. It was a small castle with an ancient appearance. It was obvious that the castle had a long history. David controlled the Shadow Pterosaur to descend above the castle, and the Shadow attendant entered the castle. He tried to find the Lord of Amos through the Shadow attendant's eyes. The castle wasn't luxurious, and there weren't many servants. After searching the rooms, David didn't find the Lord of Amos. However, he saw a small portal in the basement. It wasn't too strange for a small portal to appear here. The Mather family was a top noble, so it wasn't too difficult for them to get a small portal. However, when David saw the small portal, he knew that the information provided by the Jenner family's Lord Felix was very likely true. Even a top noble wouldn't set up a small portal in such a dilapidated castle. Even the lowest level portals were extremely valuable. Through this, David was sure that there was something wrong with this castle. The Shadow attendant came to the small portal and used his mind to enter it. Using the ability of a Grandmaster Alchemist, he invaded the small portal and quickly gained control of it. From the records of the small portal, it had been used a few times not too long ago. The most recent time was 2 hours ago. David shook his head. He was unlucky. The Lord of Amos had left as soon as he arrived. He didn't know if the Lord of Amos would return, but David didn't plan to wait here. According to the Jenner family's information, the Lord of Amos would only stay in each property for a short period of time before leaving. He never stayed in the same property twice. David could tell from the traces left on the small portal in the basement that it was often dismantled. He had an idea. In the basement, a quill appeared out of thin air, followed by an alchemy ink bottle. He dipped the quill in alchemy ink and started drawing patterns on the small portal. David was controlling the Shadow attendant to draw a tracking pattern on the small portal. As long as the portal was moved and reinstalled, he could get the new location of the portal. He could even teleport to the small portal through the ancient medium portal next time. The tracking pattern relied on the existence of the small portal. It was connected to the great world of God's network through the portal to transmit information. It wasn't complicated, but it was very effective. David believed that even the Mather family would not simply throw away the small portal. It would be reused, and then he would be able to face the Amos Lord directly. After doing all this, he controlled the shadow pterosaur to return to the main city and leave planet Earth. Just as David was approaching the main city of Earth, he looked at a figure in the distance. The figure was flying at high speed in the sky like a ghost in the dark night. The figure's aura was very obscure. It was a level 4 and not a sky knight, so its identity was self-evident. David had nothing to do at the moment, so he was interested in seeing the level 4 believer. He had heard that planet Earth was very complicated. There were many believers of evil gods here, and the shrines didn't care about planet Earth for some reason. There wasn't even a single shrines of the 5 gods on planet Earth, which was very rare for a public planet. Normally, David wouldn't bother wasting his time on a level 4 believer. However, he didn't find anything today, so he wanted to see how rampant the believers of planet Earth were. He followed the level 4 believer silently. It was obvious that the believer had just returned from a planet-level portal. David now understood why he had teleported here. Although he had the power of a Supreme Council member to hide his name, the teleportation light couldn't be hidden. However, the teleportation staff ignored him. The planet-level portals on planet Earth were often used by people with hidden identities. Of course, the staff wouldn't be strict. There were so many believers of evil gods here, and being too strict could cost one's life. David followed the level 4 believer to a town 100 kilometers away from the main city. There, the level 4 believer changed into a worn-out starship. If it weren't for the engravings on it, he wouldn't have believed that it was a starship. The worn-out starship had been repaired many times, and it was obvious that the person who repaired it wasn't very skilled. This starship couldn't fly at high speed in space at all. Once it entered super high speed, it would collapse immediately. However, as a believer of an evil god, it was already good enough to have a starship. The level 4 believer drove the starship straight into the sky. With the flying ability of the shadow winged dragon, as long as it didn't use the starship for long-distance flight, it could easily catch up. David also didn't believe that this worn-out starship could fly long distance. He had already guessed the destination of the starship. It should be one of the satellites of planet Earth. David followed the starship. The starship soared into the sky, and it seemed to be carefully controlled. It wasn't as fast as a normal starship. As expected, the destination of the starship was the 7th satellite. It was the most desolate of the 8 satellites of planet Earth. 6 of the other satellites could support human habitation, and one of them produced minerals. Although it didn't have a habitable environment, it had many mining areas. Only the 7th satellite didn't produce anything. It also didn't have a habitable environment. The starship came to a crater on the 7th satellite. It was a huge crater, and the starship descended from the crater. The shadow-winged dragon showed its strong space survival ability. After it came to the sky, it automatically switched to using energy to survive. As long as the energy in its body didn't run out, it could continue to survive in space. Of course, the shadow-winged dragon was with David. It could replenish its bloodline power from David at any time, so it didn't need to worry about energy. The Umbra-winged dragon followed closely behind the starry sky flying ship. The depth of this crater shocked David. They had to descend at least 5,000 meters before they reached the bottom of the crater. During the descent, David sensed 3 barriers. Luckily, the shadow-winged dragon had the ability to move in a flash. It could easily pass through the barriers, so it didn't attract any attention. After passing through the 3rd barrier, David found that the environment in the pit had become habitable for humans. David guessed that he might have accidentally entered an important base of an evil god's believer. What made him feel even more strange was that the shadow-winged dragon under him actually showed signs of fear, as if there was something terrifying here. This made David very surprised. The shadow-winged dragon was a mount that could become an ancient god servant. In other words, even if the shadow-winged dragon faced an ordinary god, it could still maintain a certain fighting strength. If it wasn't for the fact that David didn't sense any danger, he wouldn't have dared to continue exploring. There were gods in the great world of God. David thought that his strength was pretty good, but it was only in the 5th level. He didn't have any confidence in facing an existence above the 5th level. "Little Bowart, you're late." Just when David was distracted, he heard a voice in front of him. David had already noticed the person who spoke. It was another 4th-level evil god believer. When the 4th-level evil god believer walked down from the starry sky ship, he took the initiative to greet him. "Don't mention it. I don't know why, but the shrines have been very active recently. The nobles who cooperated with us took a few days to prepare the goods." The 4th-level evil god believer shook his head helplessly. "As long as the goods are brought back, it's fine. He's a little impatient." The person said. Hearing the word, David almost lost his mind. The word he was used to address gods. "Is there a god here?" David thought in his heart and couldn't help but want to retreat. However, he saw that although the 2 4th-level evil god believers called him, their expressions were sloppy. It didn't seem like they were talking to a god at all. David couldn't help but calm down a little. He wanted to continue to observe before making a decision. The 2 4th-level evil god believers walked in the dark horizontal passage. They seemed to be used to the darkness here, or they used some kind of divine spell. Although David's shadow Quetzalcoatlus had mutated, its racial talent was to like the darkness. This could be seen from the shadow in its name. Therefore, the shadow Quetzalcoatlus easily followed behind the 2 4th-level evil god believers. After walking for another 4 kilometers, they arrived at a cave with light. When David also entered the cave, he was shocked by the scene in front of him. It was a huge cave. Of course, what surprised David was not the size of the cave, but in the middle of the cave, there was a creature that looked like a small mountain. Most of the creature's skin had fallen off, and many parts of its flesh had rotted away, revealing the bones in its body. The entire cave was filled with the rotten smell of this creature. In order to not smell this unpleasant smell, David had to hold his breath. A giant dragon. Although the creature was in such a state, David still recognized it at a glance. David found it hard to imagine that there were still dragons in this era. The era of dragons had long passed. Legend has it that dragons raised humans, used humans to serve them, and ate humans. After the emergence of gods, the rule of dragons was overthrown. The remaining dragons left the great world of God to find another place to live. Today, there are still dragons among humans. For example, the main family had the blood of white dragons, which made the main family's blood extremely powerful. In fact, David's shadow leopard blood was really nothing. The only advantage of the shadow leopard was its speed, but its strength was weak. But David didn't explore the hidden power of the blood. The hidden power of the blood was still very useful when he was a low-level knight. It's just that David's time as a low-level knight was too short. When he reached the 5th level of the temple knight, the hidden power of the blood was no longer important. But even so, a temple knight of the 5th rank with a dragon's bloodline would still receive an additional boost in battle. This was the benefit of having a dragon's power. The strength of a real dragon was comparable to that of God. If it weren't for its extremely low fertility, the rule of the dragon would not have been overthrown. The dragon in the cave was very miserable. Not only was its body full of injuries, but it was also fixed to the ground by a few strange chains with a black aura. The dragon's aura was very strange. Its life aura was very weak. Normally, such a strong creature comparable to a god should also have a super strong vitality. But the dragon's aura was like a candle in the wind, which could be extinguished at any time. David also felt that there was another kind of energy in the dragon's body. This energy was eroding the dragon's body. Otherwise, with the dragon's legendary recovery ability, these injuries would have been healed long ago. How could there be such a situation where the wounds were rotting? The strange energy in the dragon's body was extremely evil. David frowned and thought that it seemed to be the aura of an evil believer who believed in the god of death. David had killed an evil believer of the god of death before, so he was no stranger to the aura of this strange energy. Around the giant dragon, there were 34 level 4 followers of the evil god, all of whom had their eyes closed in silence. David judged that there should be an alchemy array here based on the positions they were sitting in, because there was some kind of pattern to the positions they were sitting in. Just as he was observing, the young Bauer took out a special spatial bag and went to the altar in front of the dragon. From the pattern on the spatial bag, it should be a summoning bag. Moreover, it was a summoning bag specially made for people with the talent of mind. Little Bauer then opened his summoning pouch and poured out the humans one by one using his mind. David's eyes narrowed. He saw about 500 humans piled up in front of the altar in front of the dragon. These 500 humans were all in the prime of their lives. Anger rose in David's heart, but at the same time, he felt helpless. The 500 men had the god of death's runes drawn on their bodies. The surface of their bodies was pitch black. David couldn't save them even if he wanted to. The 500 men had all gone through special treatment. Whether it was their bodies or souls, they were all affected by the aura of the god of death. All the fourth-level evil believers stood up and placed the men on the ground in a certain pattern. These men were already like puppets who didn't know how to resist and were at the mercy of the fourth-level evil believers. Chapter 889. David didn't make a move right away. He wanted to see what these followers were going to do. Even if he tried to save the 500 strong men, it would be pointless. These men were already corroded by the death god's energy and were no longer human. At this time, the shadow pterosaur under David was very uneasy. He wanted to control the shadow pterosaur to get closer, but the shadow pterosaur showed strong resistance. David communicated with the shadow pterosaur through their souls and found that the shadow pterosaur was suppressed by the giant dragon's energy. This was the shadow pterosaur's instinct. The shadow pterosaur itself had the giant dragon's bloodline. Perhaps the giant dragon's bloodline allowed the shadow pterosaur to fight against any powerful existence with its noble bloodline. But this didn't include the giant dragon that gave the shadow pterosaur's bloodline. The shadow pterosaur was so close to the giant dragon because it was strengthened by David's level 5 bloodline power. Otherwise, the shadow pterosaur wouldn't even be able to enter this cave. David didn't force the shadow pterosaur to do anything. He watched as the 36 level 4 evil god believers put the 500 strong men on the ground. 36 level 4 followers left the ground and surrounded the giant dragon in the middle of the cave. They began to chant at the same time. As the chant began, pillars of light appeared on the ground of the cave. Each pillar of light corresponded to the body of a strong man. 500 pillars of light rose up. At first, these pillars of light were like harmless energy that passed through the man's body. However, when the 500 pillars of light connected with each other and formed a huge, strange pattern on the ground, the energy of the pillars of light became stronger. The pillars of light pierced through the skin of the strong man. The black blood that had been corroded by the death god's energy flowed out and flowed into the shallow trench on the ground. 500 black souls flew out of the bodies. Under the reflection of the strange pattern, they were visible to the naked eye. They charged at the giant dragon as if they had gone mad, biting and tearing at the giant dragon's body. Under normal circumstances, it was impossible for these souls to hurt a powerful creature like the giant dragon. No matter how weak the giant dragon was, it was still in existence equal to a god. However, the black blood on the ground seeped into the strange patterns, turning into streams of evil aura that surged into the huge dragon's body, reducing the huge dragon's defense to the minimum. The giant dragon had long lost its ability to resist. When the 500 black souls tore at it, its body instinctively trembled, reflecting that it was still alive. However, even David, who was watching from the side, could see that the dragon's situation was very bad. Perhaps this situation had been bad for many years and would continue for decades. This was because David finally understood what these followers of the death god were doing. They were creating puppets. Of course, with the strength of 36 tier 4 evil god believers, it was impossible for them to turn a giant dragon into a puppet. Just the pattern on the ground alone was not something a Tier 4 evil god follower could draw. Or rather, without the strength of a god, it was impossible to set up a magic circle pattern that could affect a dragon. Needless to say, the shining patterns on the chains that locked the giant dragon were all divine patterns. David also recognized the material. It was a material that could only be made by a god using divine power. This level of material was the worst that David had ever seen, but its defensive strength was comparable to a Tier 5 material. It also had the ability to repair the black armor. The material of these chains was better than the black armor's material. Its strength exceeded that of a Tier 5 material. David's double Grandmaster Alchemist and Grandmaster Blacksmith's eyesight would not be wrong about this. The Death God wants to turn the giant dragon into a puppet. David could not help but be shocked by the Death God's idea. The problem was that the Death God did not just have an idea, he was really operating it. If it was not for David's sudden impulse, perhaps in a few years, a giant dragon puppet as powerful as a god would appear in the great world of God. The most important thing was that today's great world of God had experienced the long-term rule of the 5 gods. The world's rules had long since stopped the gods from appearing in the main world for a long time. When the gods came to the main world, their strength would be suppressed by the main world. The legendary giant dragon was the one that was least suppressed by the main world. This was because the giant dragon only relied on its invincible defense and incomparable strength to possess the fighting strength of a god. As early as the end of the era of the giant dragon, the Death God was lucky enough to catch a severely injured giant dragon. According to the situation at that time, if he wanted to obtain the greatest benefits, of course, he would have to directly kill the giant dragon and use the giant dragon's body as material to make weapons and equipment. With the material of a giant dragon, it would not be a problem to make a few divine weapons. However, the Death God had a bigger plan. He chose to lock the giant dragon inside this desolate satellite, which was completely isolated from the outside world. Since the end of the era of the giant dragon, the Death God had been constantly weakening the giant dragon by using the evil erosion method to continuously transform the giant dragon. If it was not for the War of the Gods, perhaps the Death God would have succeeded. The War of the Gods caused the Death God to be defeated and fall into a deep sleep. The work of transforming the giant dragon fell into the hands of the Death God's followers. This cave was the Death God's biggest secret. All year round, there were level 4 evil gods followers constantly eroding the giant dragon. For so many years, humans were sent here every once in a while to be used as materials to perform the erosion. The proud and powerful giant dragon had long been weakened to the extreme. It could only be tortured by these ant-like existences. The only thing that the giant dragon could defend was its soul. Even if its soul had been destroyed countless times, it had always remained awake. It did not dare to let its soul be lost, because once its soul was lost, its soul and body would be completely transformed into a puppet, forever under the command of the Death God. For the proud giant dragon, it would rather die than become the enemy's puppet. In the depths of the giant dragon's soul, it was waiting for the arrival of torture. This was already its daily life. It did not know how long to hold on. The giant dragon learned to restrain all of its spirit to minimize the consumption to the greatest extent. This way, it could hold on a little longer. The giant dragon was numb as it felt its body being eroded. It had long since stopped caring about the feeling of its soul biting its body. However, when the soul bit its body, it would also attack its soul at the same time. In addition, the surrounding pattern array was constantly attacking its soul. It had no choice but to carefully adjust its mind to resist. Just as the giant dragon was adjusting its spirit, it suddenly felt a trace of the giant dragon's bloodline. It had not felt anything in the outside world for a long time. If it was something else, perhaps the giant dragon's somewhat sluggish spirit would not be able to sense it. However, the appearance of the giant dragon's bloodline made its spirit active. While the giant dragon was resisting the erosion of its soul and body by the surrounding pattern array, It also divided a part of its spirit to search for the source of the giant dragon's bloodline. The giant dragon found the shadow pterosaur in a special space. This creature that the giant dragon did not care about before was not even considered subdragon. However, at this moment, it felt very close to it. At the same time, the giant dragon also found David riding on the shadow pterosaur. During the era of the giant dragons, the giant dragon would also treat a rank 5 existence with some respect. It should be known that a rank 5 soul origin was a hot commodity among the gods, and it was not easy for the gods to nurture a rank 5 existence. Whether it was during the era of the giant dragons or the era of the gods, the number of rank 5 experts back then was far less than the number of rank 5 experts in the great world of God today. It should be known that the era of the giant dragons and the era of the gods were both periods of frenzied war. It was not easy for a rank 5 expert to be born, and it was easy for them to be killed. It was not like the great world of God now, which had a relatively peaceful environment. It also had a place like the War Star that provided a steady stream of important resources to the great world of God. This was why so many rank 5 experts had appeared. At first, the giant dragon thought that David was a rank 5 expert sent by the death god, but after sensing for a while, it found that David was wearing a divine robe with an evil aura. However, the real David within the divine robe had an aura completely different from the death gods. The giant dragon immediately realized that David was not sent by the death god, and hope rose in its heart. Perhaps David was its opportunity to escape from tens of thousands of years of torture. It had a chance to leave this cave and escape the control of the death god. Just as the giant dragon was getting excited, several chains flashed with black energy and heavily struck the giant dragon's body. The pain that reached deep into its soul caused the giant dragon to involuntarily tremble. These chains had been personally placed down by the death god, and the moment the giant dragon showed any abnormal reaction, it would attack. When the 36 rank 4 evil god believers saw the giant dragon's reaction, they were all delighted. They had been tormenting the giant dragon for many years, but normally, the giant dragon would not even react. Today, when they saw that the giant dragon seemed to have such a huge reaction, they all thought that the giant dragon could no longer hold on. The death god's prophecy had clearly stated that once the giant dragon was redeemed and became the emissary of the death god, it would be the day that the death god would return and the glory of the death god would return to the world. However, the giant dragon was only overly active and had been taught a lesson by the death god's chains. There are still many years before the giant dragon would truly be transformed. The giant dragon was worried that David would leave, so it immediately activated a secret technique of the giant dragon. Its condition was extremely poor, and it was unable to use any offensive, defensive, or support divine techniques. The divine technique it used at this time was a bloodline divine technique, the only divine technique it could use. The giant dragon was affected by the death god chains. Whether it was its mind or body, as long as it had any abnormal data, it would immediately be attacked by the chains. The bloodline divine technique was a little special. It had no offensive or support effects. It was just a divine technique that transmitted information through the giant dragon's bloodline. This divine technique was originally a long-distance communication method between giant dragons and mixed blood dragons. Not to mention that in this era, creatures with a strong giant dragon bloodline had long gone extinct. Even if a giant dragon wanted to use a bloodline divine technique from a long distance, its wave would be received by the death god's chains and directly interrupted by the chains. The shadow pterosaur was in the cave, so the giant dragon had a way to use it. David also understood what the evil god believers wanted to do. He was about to kill all the rank 4 evil god believers, but just as he was about to do it, he felt something strange with the shadow pterosaur. yen% hashtag yen% hashtag. The shadow pterosaur sent a message through the soul contract, and David was shocked. "Who are you?" David didn't think it was the shadow pterosaur that was contacting him. The Shadow Pterosaur's mind was still not mature, and its real age could only be considered as a child among the Shadow Pterosaurs. It was only because of David's continuous training and the help of a large amount of rank 3 strengthened flesh and bloodline power that it could grow so quickly. Normally, the Shadow Pterosaur didn't have a complete language, and it only transmitted information through its consciousness. But this time, it was an extremely ancient language. David couldn't understand it at all, but he could hear the ancientness in it. The giant dragon didn't think that the powerful rank 5 David didn't learn the dragon language, and it couldn't help but feel a little sad. In the era of the giant dragons, any creature would be proud to learn the dragon language. It was impossible to have a rank 5 strength without knowing the dragon language. The giant dragon then realized one thing: the era of the giant dragons was over. But the giant dragon didn't give up. It changed its way of communicating through the soul. This way, it could ignore any language. "Human, I need your help." This time, David understood the meaning of the Shadow Pterosaur's message. "Who are you?" David guessed that it was the giant dragon in front of him that was contacting him, but he still asked. David also used the soul transmission method to ask. He was also worried that he couldn't communicate with the giant dragon with his current language. "I am the Black Dragon Alexis. I need your help." The Black Dragon Alexis repeated its request after introducing itself. Most of the information about the giant dragons disappeared in the long river of history. There might be some records, but at least David didn't find many records about the giant dragons in the books he obtained. All the records about the giant dragons were very simple, and there was no introduction to the classification of the giant dragons. This made David have no actual concept of the black dragon. David glanced at the giant dragon that was chained up by a few chains. This giant dragon was indeed very black, but that was because it had been eroded by the death aura for a long time. The original color of the giant dragon's skin could no longer be seen. Even the inside of the giant dragon's exposed wounds and bones had black gas lingering around it. David didn't think that the Black Dragon Alexis was lying to him. There was no reason to lie about this kind of thing. "Your Excellency Black Dragon Alexis, if I'm not wrong, this place was set up by a great being. If I act rashly, I'll offend that great being." David wasn't a good person, and besides, the giant dragons didn't have a good reputation. How could he agree to save the Black Dragon Alexis so casually? With David's personality, if the Black Dragon Alexis didn't have a reasonable condition, he would kill the rank for Evil God's follower, then kill the Black Dragon Alexis and absorb its soul. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.